Ouais, ouais, on t'entend bien dans le canal français.
Dans le canal français, ouais, tout à fait. Alors maintenant, j'ai parlé dans l'anglais dans la même cabine. Anglais, anglais, anglais.
Ouais, on t'entend bien sur le canal anglais.
Ok, je vais faire l'autre cabine.
Je suis con pour lui parler avec ça, non? Ah non, ça marche pas, c'est ça. Mais on pourrait lui parler avec ça, en fait. Donc, le micro d'homme. Le micro d'homme. Il est où, ce bâtard? Ah, il est là. L'ordre, on l'envoie dans la conf, ingest. Ouais, ok. Ok, donc là, tac, tac, tac. Ouais. Du coup, tu m'entends là, Pierre? Est-ce qu'il est monté ce matin? Anglais. L'ordre, il est où le micro d'ordre? Il est là, il est
Tu
monté,
veux faire ton
il est
réponse
monté.
au micro?
Ouais, là je te parle dans le micro d'ordre, t'es
Ok,
censé.
anglais, ouais, c'est bon.
Ok.
Ok, pas de souci. Je vais juste. Ça marche.
Ouais, là t'étais sur l'allemand,
Là, je suis sur le français.
et là t'es sur le français, ouais.
Ok, d'accord, ça c'est bon. Alors, j'ai juste testé un autre poste sur cette même cabine.
1, 2, 3. Ok, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue. Bonjour et bienvenue. Alors, le 1, c'est... HF2. Le HF2, bonjour et bienvenue. Le HF3, micro HF3. Et le micro HF4. Le 3, le 4, le 3, le 4. Qu'est-ce que j'ai comme marge? Le 4. Micro HF4, micro HF4. Ouais, j'ai de la marge avant que ça parte. 1, 2, 3, j'ai même 10 dB. Est-ce que j'ai 10 dB? Oui, je les ai. Oui.
T'as vu ça où?
C'est Nico qui les a ramenés.
D'accord.
C'est un mec de chez Standby qui les a ramenés.
Ah ouais, je savais pas. Et ça, bon, on va juste qu'on les rende du coup avec le chef, comme ça au moins on a ça pour les prochains.
C'est classe, hein?
Ah, ok, non, c'est pour ça, c'était ma question. Je crois que c'était en mode cadeau, quoi.
C'est genre imprimante 3D fait maison ou
C'est l'imprimante 3D qui a été faite par une imprimante 3D qui a. Ouais, c'est pas mal.
Ouais, c'est vachement bien.
Ça va vite qu'il tombe, ouais.
Ça évite le truc avec les piles.
Ouais.
Ça va?
Ça va très bien. Et vous?
Oui. Vous avez vu hier, il y a eu un pic à 145 sur le streaming. 145 personnes étaient connectées pour streaming.
Donc le micro 1.
Ça dépend.
Ouais, on est loin.
Il faut quand même savoir si
On est loin. On est loin. On est loin. On est loin. Et. Ah. C'est parce que je suis pas sur le bon. Présidence 2, pourquoi c'est levé ça? Non, ça n'a pas besoin d'être levé, c'est ça. Et 1, 1, 1, 2. Et 1, 2, 3. C'est bizarre. Qu'on soit aussi faible. Est-ce qu'on avait dit que 1, 2, 3. Ouais, sur les pupitres, je suis plus faible. 1, 2, 3. A. 1, 2, 3. Sur les Q. 1, 2, 3. 3, 3. A. Et. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 3, et. D'accord, que c'est linké. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, et, 1, 2, 3, A, 1, 2, 3. Ouais. On coupe beaucoup, en fait. 1, 2, 3, 4, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue, et bienvenue, et bienvenue. Un, deux, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Oui, c'est sûr que si je vais le chercher, je le trouve. Ça. Ouais, pas convaincu. Ah oui, en même temps. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, mesdames et messieurs, bonjour et bienvenue. Oui. Donc je mets le pupitre. Tac. Il est où? Il est là. Le retour. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah ouais, c'est comme ça. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ok. Là, je suis à moins 10. Ch. Ok. 1, 2, 3. Retour. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. A. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. C'est pas le retour. C'est pas le retour. Le président. La présidence. 1, 2, 3, la présidence. La présidence. La présidence. 1, 2, 3, la présidence. Ouais. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Forcément, si tu coupes des trucs. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Ouais. Ouais, en vrai. Ouais. Bon, après, il faut quand même parler un petit peu, quoi. Ouais. méga loin. C'est très très loin. Ouais, faut vraiment... 1, 2, 3, c'est très très loin. 1, 2, 3, ouais. C'est sûr que si je suis là... 1, 2, 3, ouais, faut pas monter en fait, hein, parce que du coup si je monte... 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, alors, en fait, si, j'ai plus de marge en montant. Ah, c'est sûr que quand il n'y en a qu'un... Ok.
Die saß zuerst irgendwie da oben und dann saß sie hier neben Susanne ein Muffin. Ich glaube, da wo Ekaterina-Schild ist. Also sie saß irgendwie hier. Ich habe nur plötzlich irgendwie Stimmen gehört. Ja, ja. Unter dem Tisch haben sie telefoniert. Und alle haben sie gesagt, sie hat sich überhaupt nicht verändert. Ja, weil ich habe mich gewundert, ich habe eine Frauenstimme reden gehört und habe mich gefragt, wo das herkommt. Und habe mich umgedreht und sie hat mich irgendwie völlig entsetzt angeguckt. Und dann sagt sie, ich habe nicht verstanden, was sie gesagt hat. Ich muss antworten.
Le HF5. Le 5. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to day 2 of our celebration marking the 60th anniversary of the European Directorate for the Quality of Medicines and Healthcare. We really hope you enjoyed yesterday's conference as well as the official reception in the evening. My name is Sarah Taysir Ben-Sharif, and I'm a Brussels-based physician and health journalist. It is my great honor and pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies again today, as we focus our attention on an essential tool in public health, what it means to work together. But before we get into that important question, let me do a little quick recap on yesterday. We heard from our excellent guest speakers about the many challenges we face today in public health. We saw how throughout the supply chain of medicines and health products, there are still many issues to overcome, as well as opportunities to improve patient care and consumer health. We then also scanned the horizon for some of the innovative tools and technologies that could completely transform the world of public health tomorrow. We heard about the potential in artificial intelligence, in digitalization, in 3D bioprinting, in gene therapy. We heard about how to embrace these really interesting and cool technologies to their full potential, all while mitigating their potential risks. The diverse issues we face in public health, whether today or tomorrow, each require coherent approaches. And a common thread that unites them and that they all share is that we have to tackle them together. And that is exactly the focus for today's conversations. I'm not one to regularly quote the ancient Greeks, but there is a quote from Aristotle that really encompasses what exactly we mean by this idea of togetherness. And the quote is attributed to Aristotle, and it goes something like this. You've probably heard it. The whole is more than the sum of its parts. The whole of the EDQM's work is shaped by its ability to capitalize on the knowledge of its experts and to build collaborative platforms through which these experts can accomplish their mission of improving public health. Because really, when you think about it, this idea of togetherness, it's more than teamwork. It's more than just combining technical expertise. It's about joining forces and pursuing the same mission with the same level of commitment and dedication. So this morning, we're going to be hearing more from experts and speakers about the dynamics within many of the EDQM's platforms, as well as the EDQM's relationships with its external partners. But before we kick off with our first pair of speakers, please join me in watching this video that further details what it means to work together for better health.
Today, health issues know no borders as a result of international trade, migration, and digital communication tools, making public health a global concern. During the last decades, supply chains for medicines have become increasingly globalized and complex. Today, a large part of medicines ingredients for Europe are produced in India and China. Migration and travel accelerate the speed of spread of diseases, as last seen with the COVID-19 pandemic. Pathogens travel quickly and they know no borders. New medicines, including vaccines, are needed as fast as possible in order to minimize the impact of future public health emergencies such as pandemics on European citizens. Amid increasing international trade and globalized pharmaceutical production, collaboration on public health initiatives has never been more vital.
The EDQM has always served as a global catalyst for international cooperation and collaboration, advancing the quality and safety of medicines and health products. That's why for 6 decades we have engaged with an international community of stakeholders across the public health landscape, fostering and nurturing partnerships and networks, forming a bridge between regulatory and operational realms, and ensuring alignment between standards and practices, all for the benefit of patients and consumers.
Together, With a vast network of European and international experts and the European Pharmacopoeia Commission, we ensure the quality of medicines provided to patients by elaborating the European Pharmacopoeia, making sure it remains state-of-the-art, incorporating innovation and maintaining existing standards. Together with representatives from official control laboratories, both for medicines and cosmetics, we contribute to making sure that products in the market are safe and of good quality. Collaborating in these networks helps to safeguard public health from the risks posed by falsified products. It also leads to reduced cost and workloads for its members by sharing expertise and pooling state-of-the-art technologies. Together with assessors and inspectors from national competent authorities and under the guidance of a steering committee, we issue certificates that document that the quality of medicines ingredients is in line with the standards of the European Pharmacopoeia. This procedure optimizes time and resources for the benefit of authorities and industry alike. Together with stakeholders in the field of blood transfusion and transplantation, from regulatory authorities to frontline healthcare workers, donors and patients, we unite in a shared mission to maintaining the quality and safety, as well as upholding ethical standards and empowering professionals with tools to implement these standards. Together with the pharmacopoeias from India, Japan and the United States, through the Pharmacopoeia Discussion Group, we actively contribute to advancing international harmonization of quality standards, to uphold quality and safety of medicines globally, and to facilitate global medicines development and supply. The EDQM embraces a culture of collaboration and togetherness, not only with our member states and observer states, but also with those who implement and apply the outcome of our work, from healthcare professionals, academia, to manufacturers of medicines or cosmetics, and many more. Ultimately, patients and consumers benefit from safe and good quality medicines and healthcare provided to them through these collaborative efforts of the EDQM and our stakeholders.
Collaboration is essential for advancing public health initiatives. By working together with our stakeholders and partners, we can achieve greater impact, improve health outcomes, and strengthen the protection of public health across Europe and beyond.
Thank you all for your attention. It is now time for our first presentation, which will focus on the collaborations within the European Pharmacopoeia, which is celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. Over these decades, the European Pharmacopoeia has been the cornerstone in harmonizing the quality and safety standards of medicines, from development to production. Now, to help us reflect on the collaborative achievements of the European Pharmacopoeia, we have two fantastic speakers who, by the way, encompass and are so devoted to the concept of togetherness that they're going to be presenting over here without the moderator, and I am sure that they will do brilliantly because they are so together in their presentation. So please join me in welcoming Salvador Cañigueral, who is chair of the European Pharmacopoeia Commission, and Cathy Viel, who is secretary to the European Pharmacopoeia Commission. I invite you to have your seats.
Mine is working.
Un.
It's working as well. Just waiting for the slide.
Perfect.
Thank you. So, hello, Salvador.
Hi.
So here we see that we are better together. This might a little bit appears for some perhaps as buzzwords. What do you think about?
I don't think so, Cathy. Togetherness is not a buzzword for us. The essence is in the DNA of our collaboration. Just remember, the European Pharmacopoeia is the result of the international collaboration of 39 member states and the European Union that are signatories of the Convention for the elaboration of the European Pharmacopoeia. And we have, in addition, 33 observers that are from European and non-European countries. And all member states are represented in the European Pharmacopoeia Commission, that is the decision body of the Pharmacopoeia, and where all the observers are also welcome to attend. And the Commission is the decision body of the Pharmacopoeia, where all decisions are taken, and they are taken by consensus. That means that needs a strong will to work together, a strong will to collaborate for a common goal. Under the governance of the Commission, there are 60 groups of experts involving 900 experts. All these experts give their scientific and technical knowledge, their effort and dedication, and they do this in a voluntary basis. This is generosity, and generosity is in the spirit of our collaboration. The delegations to the Commission, the experts, the chairs of the group have the unvaluable support of the staff of DDQM and the National Pharmacopoeia authorities. And all together constitute what we call the European Pharmacopoeia family. And we call as such because we feel as such. Let me tell you that after 25 years, a little bit more, collaborating with the European Pharmacopoeia, I had the opportunity of enjoying and learning a lot about good collaboration, efficient and fruitful collaboration. And all of this is making me so proud of being a part of this family, really.
So thank you, Salvador. I can only echo this. And I do really hope and see that all the members of the family do have share the same feeling. I see some heads nodding, so thank you. And we were talking about family, and why we are part of this family, of this business family, because we decided to be part of it. So unlike a real family or private family where you basically are part by birth. So we're looking a little bit what makes the key success factor of being part of such a family. And looking on internet, we could find listening, community, respect, diversity, trust, transparency, and generosity. And we do hope that during our presentation, you will understand why all these key success factors are the success factors of the European Pharmacopoeia family. So as you already mentioned, Salvador, the members of the groups, they are contributing on a voluntary basis. They give their time, they offer their knowledge, and we hope that in return, they receive the knowledge of the others. We were mentioning about diversity. Indeed, the group of experts are very diverse. You will find people who are from various profiles, being from the academia. You have also people from authorities, from industry. They are coming from Europe, but also from beyond Europe, from all around the world. And you think about that, there are not so many other examples that within the Pharmacopoeia where you have such diverse groups. And this provides really unique opportunity for sharing knowledge, for sharing experience, and for acquiring new understanding and new also experience in return. Because you have a better understanding also of the European regulatory system in which the European Pharmacopoeia is embedded, but the Pharmacopoeia is also used outside of the European border. So you also have a better understanding of the international, I would say, regulatory knowledge. And all that is very, I would say, fruitful and very interesting feedback, we trust so. And you're also at the forefront of the decision-making process, talking about legally binding standards, such as constituting the European Pharmacopoeia. So, and by contributing to the group of experts, you're also contributing to protecting public health. And that's an impressive undertaking and driver, and at the heart of most of us.
Really, I would not imagine a successful European Pharmacopoeia with this multi-angle collaboration. This would imply no harmonized quality standards and difficulties for market access and differences between the medicines that the citizens can access across Europe. So, in addition, as you said, the European Pharmacopoeia is applied in 130 countries. That means that this impact is far beyond Europe, it's global. And I would like to just show an example of the collaboration that is even going beyond one group of experts, and it's the phasing out of the rabbit pyron test from the European Pharmacopoeia. This is a test that is in place since 1971, and the aim is to replace it by an in vitro test. This, at the end, will imply to avoid the use of animals, rabbits in this case, for this testing. And this is in line with the strategy, the 3 years strategy, replacing, reducing, refining animal testing that was so well explained yesterday by Volker. And in that, for this achievement, there were 10 groups of experts involved that were revising, that coordinated all their efforts to revise 60 monographs that were using this test. These revisions are ready to be adopted, approved by in the next session of the Commission that will take place next week. If done, this would imply that in 2026, the rabbit pyrogen test will be completely deleted from the Pharmacopoeia. The number of experts, staff of the EDQM, and members of other organizations outside the EDQM that have participated in this effort is huge. And everyone did their work at their level and all with the same aim of and motivation of having the achievement of getting out of the use of animals for this testing. This is collaboration.
Yeah, thank you, Salvador. It is a great example indeed, but this example should not mask basically all the other activities of the group of experts and all their achievements, because each and every text which is presented and adopted by the European Pharmacopoeia Commission is an example of collaboration and cooperation. And to date, we do have in the European Pharmacopoeia approximately 3,000 texts which are published and supported by even more reference standards. And this is, as highlighted earlier, the experts that are contributing on a voluntary basis and do offer their knowledge and offer their competency that make that happen. And currently, we do have on the work program of the European Pharmacopoeia 1,000 items. 1/3 are texts to be elaborated, and 2/3 are texts to be revised. This is approximately, it is even more than 700 texts to be revised. Might appear very high, but when you think that we have 3,000 texts published approximately, it is not so surprising. Indeed, you have heard earlier this morning, but also yesterday, the need to keep pace with technology, the need also to reflect products which have been newly approved on the European market. In addition, the European Pharmacopoeia is also embedded in a regulatory system. So it is also influenced by regulations, for example, European regulations, and yesterday we heard example about environment sustainability that I will not repeat, but also other guidelines. For example, we heard also the EMA highlighting collaboration with the EDQM and with the European Pharmacopoeia. And so the guidelines from EMA, but also from the ICH, may also prompt the need to revise the text. And perhaps also to underline that by referring to such guidelines in the European Pharmacopoeia, we may also render them legally binding in all the member states of the European Pharmacopoeia. So there are a certain number also of external factors that do influence the European Pharmacopoeia and prompt the need to revise the text. And the European Pharmacopoeia itself is also influencing the regulatory system that works really hand in hand. So all that is also to highlight really the importance of this business as usual undertaking by all the group of experts and by the Commission, and that really represent the majority of the work. But all these members are also working behind the scene resiliently, and that is also another key aspect of their work.
Yeah, it is. And in fact, every organization faces numerous challenges, and the European Pharmacopoeia does as well. And 2 factors that help to overcome these challenges are trust and transparency. You mentioned them when you were talking about the key factor for a successful business family. And let me tell you that trust and transparency facilitate the collaboration. facilitates stronger collaboration. And for trust is based mainly in 3 points. And one is the commitment, consistent commitment of all members of the European Pharmacopoeia family for a common goal, that is to elaborate a comprehensive, accurate pharmacopoeia fitting for purpose. The second is shared values. When all members share the same values, they trust in that the work that is done is of high quality and high ethical standards. And the third one is recognizing that and respecting the diversity, the diverse expertise, diverse proposals that different experts bring on the table. And this makes discussions more rich and decisions more robust. And the second one is the transparency. And transparency also is based on 3 points mainly. And one is the need of to make accessible to all interested parties all the relevant information. But at the same time, there are confidentiality limitations that needs to be respected. The second point is the acknowledgement on rules and roles. And rules and roles need to be well defined, known, and respected by everybody in the family. And this is done. And the third one is clear communication, internal and external communication. This is a key factor for transparency as well. And let me tell you that EDQM and the European Pharmacopoeia in particular, in the recent years has done, is doing still, a lot of work for improving and maintaining transparency, really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say that we talked about the group of experts, the commission, and but we also have to highlight that there are also other, I would say, users, stakeholders that do part also of this undertaking. And there are various means to participate to the work of the European Pharmacopoeia. So first, by providing information, data, samples, when we start to elaborate text. By providing comments during the public inquiry, because each and every text is undergoing public inquiry when it has been newly elaborated or revised in what we call Pharm Europa. But also by participating in workshops, hearing, for example. So there are various opportunities, and ultimately, it is thanks to the contribution, of course, of the group of experts, but also of the stakeholders and users that the Pharmacopoeia does exist. And we have talked during the conference about the past, about today, but we should also mention a little bit about the future. And yesterday you have heard the EDQM director, Petra Dörr, who mentioned the EDQM priorities. These priorities have been, I would say, nurtured, and have also, supported the priorities of the European Pharmacopoeia Commission for 2023, 2025, and for sure beyond. So you will also find stakeholder engagement, communication, striving to find the best balance between transparency and also confidentiality, as you highlighted, modernization of the working method in the spirit of continuous improvement, for example, and also, I would say, cooperation and harmonization. We heard yesterday that the European Pharmacopoeia is a harmonization between 39 member states and the European Union, but we are also committed to harmonize beyond Europe. And we are pleased to underline that we do have also sister pharmacopoeia and sister organizations who are present today, such as the USP, for example, or the WHO. And we do hope that we will have a little bit of time this morning to give them the floor for them to say some words if they would wish so. So to conclude, thanks to the commitment, thanks to the diversity, to the engagement, to the hard work of all the experts, of all this European Pharmacopoeia family, the European Pharmacopoeia can now celebrate its 60th anniversary. So we are very proud of it, but we are also convinced that the European Pharmacopoeia is prepared to face the upcoming challenges that we may have to tackle in the future. And so let's continue to work together for the better. So definitively no buzzwords. No. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Salvador and Kathy, for sharing with us the importance of the European Pharmacopoeia's collaborations. I mean, I see its positive impact on a regular basis when I care for patients from all over Europe, and I see the trust that they place in the quality and the safety of their medicines. Kathy, you mentioned two colleagues who you collaborate with on a regular basis from the US Pharmacopoeia and from the WHO. So we're going to do something a little bit different because we know that togetherness obviously crosses borders and can go beyond borders. So I've decided to see if Jaap Venema, who is a Chief Science Officer at the US Pharmacopoeia, who's with us today, all the way back there, perfect. So if you're okay, I'd love to ask you, in 1 or 2 minutes, if you can tell us some brief words on the collaboration between the US and European pharmacopoeias. I'm asking for a lot in 1 or 2 minutes, but we'd love to hear from you.
All right. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, good morning, everyone. And even though I do represent the United States Pharmacopoeia, I do actually hail from the old continent, born and raised in Amsterdam. So it's my pleasure to represent the United States Pharmacopoeia here, and also my distinct pleasure to congratulate the EDQM on their 60th anniversary. And I'm very happy that you are able to celebrate this under better conditions than we had ours a couple of years ago when we were all locked down in our respective homes. So it's a real pleasure to meet many new people, old friends, and really enjoy yesterday and today. On the collaboration today and the future, it will be no surprise that the EDQM has always been, or always for the last 60 years at least, a very important partner to the US Pharmacopoeia. Harmonization of standards and all the work that goes into that and beyond that is critically important, as we heard yesterday. We also heard a little bit about this morning. And I see many parallels of what I heard this morning about the trust and about the dedication of volunteers and about their commitment to global public health. And it's gratifying to see so many people who are dedicated to this very important cause, especially in a world where sometimes if you look outside, it feels like we're a little bit alone when the world goes into opposite directions, and we really do the work that is necessary to get better access to, or to provide better access to billions of people out there for to better products in medicine, healthcare, and also in consumption. The work is really important, and often we say we are not visible to the outside public. Sometimes we're taken for granted. People don't realize that we exist. But when you talk to people, when people ask me, what do you do? And I ask them, what is your thought when you go to the pharmacy? Do you ever worry about whether the medicine you're buying or to a drugstore is of any quality? And most people in the United States will say no. I said, that's because we exist. And I think that's one of the very important parts of the safety net. Collaboration with the EDQM takes place in a number of areas. PDG has been mentioned. And last year we celebrated one of the huge highlights of admitting a fourth member of PDG, or fourth pharmacopoeia into PDG by admitting the Indian Pharmacopoeia into our group. And I just want to share a little bit of my own perspective, maybe also the US perspective. That does mean that 1.3, 1.4 billion people have now access to better standards that we together make in the PDG. Just think about that. 1.4 billion people who have the opportunity to take advantage of these better standards and thereby better medication. That is huge. You come home and sit down at the dinner table and think about, oh, what have I done today? It's like, well, you know, it's not very often that things like this happen, and we do this together. This was a huge collaboration, could not have happened without our partners here in the EDQM and of course also with the Japanese Pharmacopoeia. That is important. That's how we remain committed to doing what we do day in, day out. It's hard work, it's grinding step by step. It's hard to come to scientific decisions to agree on that, but we all are dedicated to it. And it's a great cause.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts. Yeah, it's really hard to overstate the importance of that collaboration between the US and the European pharmacopoeias. So thank you very much for sharing your insights. And like we said, togetherness crosses borders and knows no borders. So we'd love to hear from you, Luther Gwaza, from the WHO, where you are the pharmaceutical and regulatory specialist. I'd love to hear from you. What are your thoughts on the importance of togetherness and collaboration? Should be on, yeah.
Is it on?
Yes, it is. Great.
Okay. So the first thing is I made a mistake today.
Oof. Wrong kind of coffee, decaf?
Yesterday I was sitting at the back. And I was hiding. And I'm sure if I had stayed there, I would not have been associated with this name tag.
Sorry to put you in the hot seat, but I'm not actually sorry. I really would love to hear from you.
So thank you. First, congratulations to EDQM for this 60th anniversary. I think it's always important to take a moment and celebrate anniversaries. And I really like your theme. You are looking back in the past, you are looking into what's happening today, and you're also reflecting on what's going to happen tomorrow. So that's actually very, very excellent. And I did like the cake yesterday, so thank you for having cake for the celebration. Yeah. So here I'm put on the spot. As I said, my colleague, when you were saying it, I realized I made a mistake to sit here, but also I would want to use this opportunity to just make a comment. You gave me 3 minutes. Can I take 30?
Oof.
No?
I'm going to have to respectfully decline that offer.
Okay.
Just a couple minutes, but
so
we'd always love to hear more.
Because I want to tell some stories. So the first one is, obviously, what we are talking about is very important. If we look at the mission of the World Health Organization, it is to ensure that everyone, everywhere can attain good quality health. Yes. And that's a very lofty, aspiration. And when you look at the reality is that the world is still filled with inequalities. If you're just talking about access to healthcare, if you go down to the specific area that we're looking at, which is medicines, you still have a lot of the population do not have the same equal chance of accessing good quality and safe healthcare. And so how do we actually address that big challenge? I think that's the big issue. How do you then bridge the gap between the reality and what we aspire, as a community? And I would want to use one example. I'm from Zimbabwe, and there is an African proverb. I cannot say anything without telling you proverbs. So there is an African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go very far, you go together. And that resonates very well with EDQM's today, tomorrow, together, in improving public health. And also, as an African, I grew up in a village, and one of the things that happens when you grow up in a village is not only your real parents, have the right to discipline you. If you misbehave, wherever you are, every adult that is there feels they have a right to tell you that you're doing something wrong. And that, I think, is an important aspect in terms of reflecting how we have to live as a community. And so when you come down to the theme and what WHO also supports in terms of harmonization and convergence, is because there is no other way for us to make sure that we can bridge the gap between the reality of what's currently there and the aspirations that we look at. Because no single country, no single region can be able to do that alone. And I think, as already been mentioned, EDQM takes a very leading role, not only in PDG, but also there are some things that are not very well known. They support WHO in very, very strong ways. And one of which is, if you didn't know, I'm going to tell you, but also it's on their website. So they are the custodian of the International Chemical Reference Substances. So they do not just provide reference substances for the European Pharmacopoeia, but they also serve as the custodian that provides reference substances for the international pharmacopoeia. So that way alone, they're actually supporting, the use of quality medicines globally. And this is just one example. And then there are many other examples that EDQM does support the work that WHO does. And so when we are reflecting on this theme, I think they exemplify what togetherness means. I think it's not just in the theme, but it's also reflected in the activities that they're actually doing. And we really appreciate that support from WHO. So thank you very much, and congratulations to EDQM.
Thank you very much, Luther, for your intervention, and I really appreciate it. Yeah, please.
End off.
It's back.
If you didn't clap, I was going to repeat again. So thank you for the clapping for the hands.
Appreciate it. I really appreciated that you highlighted the value of togetherness in tackling health inequities. That's something that really underpins a lot of the work we do in public health. So thank you for bringing that. And thank you for sharing your upbringing in a village. I mean, there's a reason we have that expression that it takes a village to make things happen. So thank you once again. So please join me in thanking Ketsi, Salvador, Jap, and Luther. All right, it is now time for our second session of the day, and our next two speakers are experts in the certification of suitability, which is commonly shortened to CEP, which is also celebrating a key anniversary this year, marking 30 years of thriving collaborations. To tell us more about it, I am joined by Hélène Bruguera, who is head of the certification department at the EDQM. Welcome, Hélène. And I'm also joined by Suzanne Keitel, who is chair of the CEP Steering Committee and was previously director of the EDQM. I see that they've color coordinated today, and I'm the odd one out. I didn't get the memo, but you look fantastic. Please join me in having a seat over here and join me in welcoming them. Yeah, this is perfect. So, welcome. Thank you for coming and being with us. So, as I mentioned, the EDQM created the Certificate of Suitability 30 years ago. So, in honor of the anniversary, I would really love to know, Hélène, what's the story behind the creation of this procedure?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Before I start with the story about the creation of a CEP procedure, I think I have to explain the legal background for it. So for more than 50 years, manufacture of medicinal products using active substances, which are described in monographs of the European Pharmacopoeia, have to demonstrate that the substance complies with the tests of the European Pharmacopoeia, and also that the tests are actually suitable to control the substance. And this is because the substance, the quality of a substance and the impurities which are present in a substance depend on the way it's produced. And on the other hand, the tests, the analytical procedures which are described in the monographs are very specific to look for impurities. In other words, you find what you are looking for.
That's very true.
So if you are not looking for the right impurities, you will never find them. And this is why this demonstration of the suitability of a monograph and compliance to the monograph has to be included in each marketing authorization for each medicinal product in Europe. So you can see that sometimes the same data on the same substance may be submitted multiple times to the authorities for their assessment. This is the legal background. So back to the creation of a procedure, and back 30 years ago. As you have seen in the video, in the 90s started a diversification of the manufacture of substances, especially those which were off patent and which have monographs in the European Pharmacopoeia. And there was a shift to Asian countries, and mainly India and China, to manufacture the active substances. And this shift increased the need to provide this demonstration of the quality of a substance and demonstration of the suitability of a monograph, and increased potential duplication of work, right, because there were many more sources of active substances. And this is why, and on the other hand, there was also a need to make sure that the monographs would stay state-of-the-art and capable of controlling the new sources of substance. And this is why, at that time, some visionary of the European Pharmacopoeia family had this what I think is a brilliant idea to first of all centralize the assessment of the data at the EDQM, avoiding duplication of work and having this work recognized by the other authorities, and also have a process to inform the European Pharmacopoeia to use the data from the assessment to trigger revisions of monographs and to include the impurities in the monographs. And this is how the procedure was created. So it started with a small pilot phase with some volunteers from authorities and from industry. And since it was working, the procedure was officially launched exactly 30 years ago. And for the DQM, taking the responsibility of the procedure was just natural. And so the procedure started small, and progressively it was expanded to be the procedure that we have today. And I would like to mention just one important step in the development of the procedure. This is the inclusion of a program of GMP inspections of manufacturers.
GMP is good manufacturing practice.
Good manufacturing practice, yes. GMP inspections of manufacturers, of companies asking for a CEP, in order to make sure that, first of all, they worked under GMP, and also that the dossiers that we receive correspond to the reality. And this is where we are today.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing the story of how this procedure was created. And it sounds like, I think the right word you use is revolutionary. It really is revolutionary that it reduced duplication to that extent, and it really made public health work more efficient. And there's a lot of value added in that. But I would imagine that all of this work for the CEP procedure is requiring a tremendous amount of collaboration and coordination. So Susanna, I'd love to hear from you. What strategies do you use, like very concretely, that foster that collaboration and that togetherness?
Well, first of all, I'd like to add something to what Hélène has just said.
Absolutely.
And put things into perspective, because we talk about 1992, start of the pilot program, 94. The EMA was established in 95, so EDQM started a centralized assessment before there was a centralized procedure or there were European licensing procedures.
It was very visionary indeed.
It really was visionary.
Yeah.
But I'd like to say that right from the beginning, it was the wish of participating, of the regulatory actors to join forces in order in ensuring the quality of medicines. And when the EDQM started establishing the procedure, they made sure that there was the greatest extent of work sharing and synergy effects from the beginning. But how does the system really work? Well, I'd like to say that the, in speech marks, real work is done by the more than 100 assessors and 40 inspectors that are nominated by member states and by EDQM's observer states. They currently come and not to forget, of course, the EDQM certification department headed by Hélène, which also contributes their scientific expertise and also are in charge of running the procedure. Currently, the assessors and inspectors are sent from 25 countries, not only from Europe, but also from other continents. This is really for the benefit, not only of all of EDQM's member states, but for countries from other continents, from around the world, and as we've just heard from Luther, also for the WHO. Each SEP application is assessed individually by 2 assessors, who then have to agree on potential deficiencies of the application, points for clarification, and finally, when all this has been resolved, whether a SEP can be granted or not. And in doing this, they routinely also assess whether there is a need to perform an on-site inspection of the manufacturing site involved in this SEP application. The inspection will then be performed by a team of inspectors from the EDQM again and from GMP Inspectorate of a member state. Assessors and inspectors are nominated by their competent authorities, and they are finally appointed by a steering committee based on their expertise, their scientific expertise, and their professional experience. The steering committee is composed of representatives of European regulatory bodies, such as the EU Commission or the European Medicines Agency, and also competent authorities from non-EU member states of the EDQM, for example, Swissmedic, representatives from European bodies such as the European Pharmacopoeia Commission. I'm looking at Salvador here, who is very pleased to be a member of the steering committee, and of course all the relevant EMA working parties. And then there are co-opted experts like myself. The steering committee provides the oversight of the procedure by monitoring it. It also adopts policy and guidance documents. And in doing so, it is assisted, supported by 3 topical technical advisory boards, which themselves are composed of experienced assessors, again, appointed by the steering committee. The TAB's technical advisory boards draft technical guidance documents, which are then adopted finally by the steering committee, and they also provide technical advice and specific questions to the other assessors. Now, in addition to the obvious benefit of significantly reducing the workload of competent authorities due to a centralized assessment, there are other benefits which perhaps are not so clear to everybody from the beginning. And this is that participating assessors and inspectors get the unique opportunity to work together very closely, to get to know each other, to mingle, to exchange experiences, to share best practices. And this is not only for their personal benefit, but also for the benefit of the sending authorities. And finally, the regulatory network. The system has been set up in a way that it provides a robust evaluation of the quality of substances. And as I've just explained, it provides a platform for exchanging knowledge and also for harmonizing practices between the people that participate. And this together contributes to enhancing trust, a word that we've heard several times already yesterday and today, and which is of real importance, and also reliance, another important word in this context. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that answer. What I'm hearing you describe is that you've developed a really robust network and structure that really leverages the expertise of all of the members to achieve that mission. And I really appreciate that you used the word join forces, because that's what we were talking about in the introduction. Same mission, same commitment, same dedication.
Yeah, if you allow me to add something again. This is something, if you look into the European regulatory network, there are small agencies, there are large agencies, and they have different expertise. So it's also unique that here the ones who don't have the specific expertise themselves can rely on the work done by others.
Absolutely.
So it's really a great benefit.
Absolutely. And I want to go back to something that you said as well. You used the word mingle, which is a word that carries a lot of levity and joy. And I'm really grateful that you mentioned that, because there is that intangible element of togetherness, that cohesion, that unity that is so essential to doing the work that we do. I want to go back to you, Hélène. It's pretty clear, at least to me and to hopefully everyone in the room, that the CEP procedure is a success story. And I'm wondering, what do you think are the key factors that contributed to that success?
Yeah, thank you. I would see 3 main factors. The first factor, and they have been mentioned already, the first key factor is the centralization of the assessment. This is a big benefit for everyone. The EDQM grants a certificate to the manufacturer of a pharmaceutical substance. The certificate is shared with the pharmaceutical companies, and eventually the certificate is included in the marketing authorization application. And the regulatory system has been designed in a way to facilitate the use of these CEPs. And so the authorities rely on the CEP and don't repeat the work. So a big benefit.
Absolutely.
And this allows a significant time saving for authorities, so resources saving, time saving, public money saving, and also significant time and resources saving for the industry. And eventually, it facilitates the access to medicines for the patients, and we have to keep this in mind. The second benefit is the link with the European Pharmacopoeia, the possibility to trigger revisions of the Pharmacopoeia, contributing to maintaining them state-of-the-art, and this is really a positive combination.
Mm-hmm.
And the last benefit, key factor of success, I think, is the robustness and transparency. And let me explain a little bit. As Suzanne has already given some details on the robustness, the way the procedure has been designed, the collaborative model, and all these aspects provide the combination also between assessment and inspections, provide really robust and reliable results, and this helps to have trust in the system. The second aspect, let me check, yes, it's the transparency. Transparency is very important to build trust. And a lot of efforts have been made over time to make the procedure more transparent. The governance allows also to have transparency. All stakeholders are either consulted or deeply involved in the activities. And I would like to give a recent example. Following broad consultation of stakeholders and a lot of discussions, the EDQM launched last year a project called the CEP 2.0, so very fancy name, which was intended to modernize the procedure, also to increase the transparency of the procedure and to meet the stakeholders' need. And we think that it's also a new success for the CEP procedure. We hope so. Also, there is a lot of information which is made publicly available on the EDQM website. There are news, the guidelines of the procedures described and shared, there is also a public database showing which CPs have been granted and also showing their status, because sometimes there are non-compliances and this is also visible. And last but not least, many authorities have access to confidential information, such as evaluation reports or inspection reports, under suitable confidentiality agreement, and this also helps to build trust. So you can see that these two elements, robustness and transparency, are really key to build trust in the system. And the outcome is that it works, because currently the procedure is quite popular and widely used. There are more than 6,200 valid certificates, and these certificates are used by the European Pharmacopoeia member states, but also much beyond. There are more and more authorities outside the European Pharmacopoeia family using these CEPs, such as Australia, Canada, Singapore, South Africa, the TFDA, and the WHO as well. So you can see that this really illustrates the power of working together.
Absolutely.
And on relying on each other, especially nowadays where the pharmaceutical world is globalized, where the resources allocated to health authorities are limited. Yeah. And this, in the end, helps the patients.
I think you've synthesized the elements that led to the success of the CEP really beautifully. Thank you for that, Hélène. So my next question is for you, Susanna. So in honor of it being the 30th anniversary of the CEP, I'd love if you could look back and think of a moment that really stands out to you as a moment that showcases the real power of working together.
Well, I think that the creation of the inspection program is an outstanding example of the power of working together. We have already heard yesterday in the first video about the delocalization of the production of active substances and medicines in the 80s and in the 90s. So there was the percentage of active substances that come from outside Europe. There are different figures, 80%, something like that. And at that time, in the 90s, there was a perceived lack of supervision of the production, if we talk about GMP, of active substances outside Europe. We have to remember that the requirement to use only active substances that have been manufactured according to GMP was embedded in the EU pharmaceutical legislation in 2004. We are talking about the 90s still. Clearly, a number of member states, or quite a number of member states, did not have the resources to go to faraway countries to inspect manufacturing sites, in addition to supervising domestic production. Hence, the EDQM thought it would be a good idea to start with a pilot program and requested assessors to include in their assessment the evaluation of whether there was a need to go and inspect a manufacturing site which was outside the European regulation. What I forgot to mention is, in addition to the lack of capacity, of course, at that time there was still, in some countries, a not exactly perfect communication between assessors and inspectors due to the organizational structure of the competent authorities. So clearly there was a need for action which was identified by the EDQM. So they established the inspection program, and after a certain period of time, it became routine. So nowadays also assessors are routinely requested to provide this information. If there is a need to go and inspect, it will be a team inspection, as I mentioned earlier, performed by an EDQM inspector together with an inspector from a GMP inspectorate of a member state. And this is, again, to the benefit of much more than just the EDQM. I'd also like to mention that a few years later, the EDQM's inspection program played a primary role in the establishment of another broader international initiative, the International Active Ingredient Inspection Program, which was initiated by a number of competent authorities from different continents. The EMA was also playing an important role. The WHO contributed. And nowadays, this is further enlarged to also cover medicine, so not only active ingredients. Hélène mentioned information sharing and confidentiality agreements. So for me, the inspection program of the EDQM is a real success story in work sharing and in impact, because it started as a tiny pilot project, I'd say a little bit suspiciously looked upon from other stakeholders. And nowadays, competent authorities, countries from all continents, can rely on the inspections performed by the EDQM and also by the information that is shared by the EDQM under the confidentiality agreements that Hélène has mentioned, also via the information provided by the EDQM's website. So thank you very much.
Those are some great examples of the successes that you reflected on in the CEP's history of 30 years. That's all the time we have. I would love to talk about this some more, but thank you so much, Susanne and Hélène, for both the work you do and for taking the time to share with us the importance of collaboration to make the certification procedure what it is today, which for me what really stands out is that it's a really great example of efficiency. So thank you as well for sharing with us the strategies that you foster to use to foster that collaboration. So please join me in thanking our speakers for their time and expertise. Thank you very much. You did great. All right, so we just heard about the key collaborations of the CEP, which is marking its 30th anniversary. But they are not the only ones also celebrating a milestone moment. The European Official Medicines Control Laboratories Network, OMCL network for short, is also marking its 30th anniversary. The OMCLs contribute to many elements of the EDQM activities, and they play a crucial role in public health. Throughout these 30 years, the OMCL network has enjoyed numerous accomplishments, and we have two speakers here to tell us more about the key collaborations that help the OMCL succeed. So on that, we are joined by Katerina Brezovska, who is a member of the General European OMCL Network Advisory Group. Welcome, Katerina, if you'd like to have a seat. And joining her on stage is Laurent Mallet, who is head of the Biological Standardization, OMCL Network and Healthcare Department at the EDQM. Welcome, Laurent. So let's get right into it. So I'd love to start with a question for you, Laurent. It's a bit of a big picture question, but could you paint us a picture of what OMCL collaborations look like briefly?
Yes. Thank you very much, Sarah, and good morning, everyone. I think this is a key question because, in fact, the network is really based on this collaboration. So let me maybe introduce a little bit the network to explain what it is. So you have on the screen a picture, a diagram of the network. So it's really about coordination of a network of laboratories within Europe and beyond. So as you see currently, we have 67 laboratories from 41 countries who are contributing to this network. EDQM coordinates this network since 30 years, based on the common willingness to have a structured network at the level of the European countries from the common willingness from both the Council of Europe and EDQM and the European Union to have this structured network to contribute to public health. The goal of the network is really to promote the quality control of medicinal products within Europe, with one thing which is in fact the basis of the network, which is to have a common basis regarding quality standards, which is an ISO norm, where laboratories who are part of the network are regularly audited by EDQM and peer auditors or accreditation bodies. And this common quality standard allows to have to share the testing activities and to have a mutual recognition of the tests results which are generated, which is in fact extremely important. So as you can see on the screen, under the umbrella of the GEON advisory group and the GEON network, we have a number of specific activities which are covered by different networks. The first one is about centrally authorized procedures, which are done at the level of the European Medicine Agency, and this is indeed a collaboration with the European Medicine Agency. So it's market surveillance studies, so post-market surveillance studies. And the other procedures, such as the mutual recognition procedures and the decentralized procedure network, is about the other procedures with the more than one country having authorized these products. The other networks which are also important within the umbrella of the GEON is the OCARB human network, which is dealing with batch release activities related to human vaccines or blood-derived products. And the other one, last but not least, the one on the veterinary batch release network, which is about veterinary products, which are also organized for batch release. So I will say the collaboration between the different laboratories and the EDQM allows to reduce duplication of testing with this mutual recognition, which is really an important parameter. Also facilitate a risk-based approach for the different market surveillance activities, allowing to do more in a way with the same capacities. And promote and facilitate as well introduction of new methods and new technologies through different activities such as trainings and implementation of new testing programs such as the ones on biological products or ATMPs in the near future. Raise public awareness about these activities because they are not necessarily well known. I'm sure many of you in the room didn't know that batch release testing was done on all batches which are marketed in Europe, and I think it was highlighted yesterday several times.
Yeah, I learned that when I was preparing for this. It really impressed me quite a lot.
Yeah, I will come back to that a little bit later. And last but not least, also the fight against falsified medicines and illegal medicines, and we talked about it with several examples yesterday, but the OMCL network is a key actor in this fight.
It's really helpful that you've given us this visual, Laurent, and clearly efficiency is a big value added that you bring in addition to the obvious one, which is quality control.
Yes. And I just want to add that it is a meaningful and added value surveillance of medicine at the level of the European community. And the collaboration is really excellent between all the OMCL and EDQM. And it's particularly visible, of course, through all the meetings we have itself. And one of the key meetings is the annual meeting, which is organized each year by one hosting OMCL. And I just want to highlight on the slide the picture, which is showing a picture from our last meeting, which was organized by Katerina and her colleagues in North Macedonia, in the beautiful city of Ohrid. And it was really an opportunity to enhance our networking and our collaboration across the different control laboratories, and also to celebrate our 30th anniversary.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for your insights on the OMCL collaborations. And we've heard about how the OMCL itself is made up of dozens of laboratories across more than 40 countries. So obviously that's a lot of people to coordinate and to collaborate with. And, you know, in any collaboration, there's some give and some take. And so people really have to trust that the people they're working with and collaborating with are on the same page. So my question for you, Katerina, is how do you build and maintain that trust and transparency in your collaborations, and how does that help you achieve your successful outcomes?
Is it on? Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Sarah, for that question. This question is very important, considering that maintaining trust and transparency is crucial for a successful achievement of the main strategic goals of the network, which are networking and communication and collaboration and sharing in protection of public health. So there are many ways that we do in our daily work of the network that we are maintaining trust and transparency. And now I will try to explain with some examples how do we do that in our daily work. So first of all, to become a member of the network, to join the network, a part of the demonstrating competence for testing medicines and having a clear mandate from the competent authority for testing medicines, each laboratory must ensure its independence, impartiality, confidentiality, and absence of conflict of interest. In addition, each laboratory must implement European Pharmacopoeia as a common standard for quality of medicine, and also must implement the requirements of the ISO norm 17025. So for that reason, the members of the network work every day in working groups to establish or to revise guidelines that will help the laboratories to implement these requirements. In addition, regularly performed mutual joint audits and mutual joint visits help the laboratories to implement this requirement or give the recommendation to improve the already implemented quality management system. These mutual joint audits and visits are performed by the members of the network itself, which are experts from the network. So these audits and visits are based actually on trust and transparency in sharing information. In addition, the network organizes different types of meetings, both face-to-face meetings or online meetings, that help in sharing information and making very important decisions. So, for example, the annual meetings, as Laurent mentioned, is very important place where people meet and socialize. In addition, make friends. Also, regularly performed meetings of the working group. There is, for example, working group for active pharmaceutical ingredients, falsified medicines working group. In addition, trainings which are conducting on different topics for quality management system or technical topics, and additional meetings are really very important to maintain trust and transparency within the network. In addition, there are available many platforms for sharing confidential information. For example, the EDQM Extranet active collaboration tool, data inventory database with this forum for communication between laboratories, and additional NOIX database, which is a database of cold cases of falsified medicines. These serve as a platform for sharing information and improvement of the mutual recognition of testing results. And as added value of this to maintaining trust and transparency are the collaborative research work between different OMCLs. This collaborative research are representing they foster the team working, they improve establishment of professional relationships between members and enhance trust in each other's expertise and competence. So in this way, OMCL work together. I would like to emphasize that this work is on a voluntary basis of the members of the network. So thanks to their enthusiasm and dedicated work, it can help in enhancement of the activities, successful achievement of the activities of the network, which will ultimately lead to better public health protection.
Thank you very much. And what I appreciate is that it really sounds like you've not left the building of trust up to chance. You're very intentional about regularly scheduling meeting and professional exchanges, social exchanges. So it's very intentional that you are building these relationships between people and between platforms and networks to build that trust, to foster that collaboration. So thank you very much. I'm mindful of time because I know that everyone loves coffee and treats. So I'm going to give you an unbelievably challenging question to answer in 2 minutes or less. You started off by painting us a picture of the OMCL collaboration, but I'm wondering if you could just single out a single collaboration that you found particularly inspiring and give us your 2-minute TED Talk about it.
Yes, I will try to go fast. Thank you, Sarah. I think there is a recent and very inspiring example, which is the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, where in fact we contributed, as it was illustrated yesterday several times, regarding the batch release activities of the COVID-19 batches. This was possible through the mobilization of the OMCL network and particularly the OCARBR network, the laboratories who are involved in the testing of the vaccines on a regular basis, not only the COVID-19 vaccine, but also the others. So we started the journey in March 2020 with the mobilization of the network, starting to have video conferences, discussing about the testing strategies, about the different candidate vaccines which were in front of us, because it was a huge number of vaccines with different technologies, including mRNA vaccines, which were really new, with an unprecedented development pace as well. It was very quick, and we had to be prepared and to be ready for the release of the first frontrunner vaccines, for the launch, which was not known at that time, the date. So we immediately mobilized the network. We interacted with the different organizations, including the European Commission, the EMA, of course, also WHO, and last but not least, CEPI, and I know Adam will talk about that a little bit later. And it was absolutely critical. We also worked with all the manufacturers, having regular interactions with them to understand their testing strategies and to select the test that will be part of the OCARBR guideline at the end, and the test that will be done by the OMCL as independent batch release testing, and also understand the protocol for the batch release review as well. So we generated a number of documents to really try to have a contingency plan to ensure the business continuity of the batch release activities, because we had also to continue the other life-saving vaccines batch release. And we also implemented a capability table to show and to share with the manufacturers where the competencies were available for the different OMCLs related to each vaccine candidate, because of course you need specific competencies. And we also generated a document to facilitate the transfer of the analytical methods as soon as possible to the OMCL which were selected. Yeah. So what does it mean concretely? We were able to generate the guidelines, what we call the batch release guidelines, which are highlighting the test to be done in November 2020. The first guidelines for the frontrunner vaccines, so the mRNA vaccines and the viral vectors. And at the end of December 2020, the first doses of COVID-19 vaccines for the mRNA frontrunners were released by one OMCL. And I say one OMCL because it's recognized in the whole European market at the end. So this is also a really important point.
It was a really inspiring contribution that the OMCL brought into the pandemic, and it really highlights the importance of the OMCL collaboration at a very crucial time.
Yeah. And I want to say that up to now, since December 2020, we have released more than 3,700 batches. Wow. Which doesn't seem to be very big, but it means it's billions of doses, probably more than 10 billion of doses. So it's really important to highlight that, because it's not only for the European market, because it's far above the needs from Europe. And we know that the reliance principles have been applied in this particular story, with many health authorities in the rest of the world being able to rely on the very well-structured and very transparent process from the European OCARB procedure, to rely on that and to save time and to have a global access to these life-saving.
Because that's what it comes down to, right? Facilitating access to these life-saving therapeutics. So thank you very much for that inspiring example, Laurent. We really appreciate it. Once again, that's all the time we have. Please join me in thanking Laurent and Katerina for sharing their incredible insights with us. Thank you very much. So, thank you once again for your attention. It is now time for us to recaffeinate and re-energize, and we're going to do it in a speedy little break, because I do want you all back here by 10:30 a.m., so if you need the bathroom, zip on out. If you need coffee, zip on out. But we're going to be right back here at 10:30 a.m. Great. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you enjoyed your break and got a bit of coffee, got a little bit of movement in, and that you are ready for our next sessions. So this next one in particular touches on items most of us use pretty much every single day, and it's things like literally the lipstick and lip chap I just touched up during the break. So we're talking all about consumer health cosmetics and the many collaborations that are essential to ensuring their safety. To help us learn more about them, we've got two experts here with us today, so I'd like to invite them to join me on stage. We are going to be joined by François Xavier Léry, who is head of the Pharmaceutical and Consumer Care section at the EDQM, and Dirk Schakel, whom we met before, and who is researcher from the Netherlands Food and Consumer Product Safety Authority. Welcome to you both. All right. So, obviously, the overarching theme for today is together, so it's all about collaboration and togetherness. So my question is appropriately for you both together. How would you describe your collaboration? Let's start with you, François Xavier.
Well, good morning, everybody. And so I would describe our collaboration like the other colleagues beforehand. It's about a work between colleagues from the member states, a collaboration between experts from the OCCL network, the network of official control cosmetic laboratories, and the EDQM as a secretariat. So on each of the two institutions would not work, would not achieve anything without this collaboration. So the EDQM secretariat could not do anything without the experts, and the experts would definitely have more difficulties to work together without a coordination ensured by the EDQM secretariat. So it's really an added value for all the institutions working together in these settings.
Dirk.
Maybe Dirk could complement.
Yeah, because it's about your collaboration. Yeah. You want to try it again? There we go.
Yeah, it's on. Yeah.
Yeah.
As a researcher of a competent authority from the Netherlands, I'm involved in the OCCL network.
And what does OCCL?
OCCL is the Official Cosmetic Control Laboratories Network. So actually, it's comparable to the OMCL we talked about yesterday, and also today it came up on in the questions. Yeah, for me, I'm really content with this network because it makes my life easier as a researcher in the world of cosmetic analysis. Due to the effort of the EDQM, I'm now able to share my knowledge on cosmetic analytical methods. For instance, when our colleagues in other member states have problems with specific analytical methods, we can share our knowledge, we can help each other. We can help each other also about problems with specific cosmetic matrices. And of course, today, the quality of our analysis is really of importance.
Absolutely, yeah.
We need accreditation, and we work according to ISO 17025. So we must prove that the result we provide is really of high quality. So the network makes it easier because we can organize proficiency studies for the methodologies we need for. In our field of cosmetics, there are not that many providers of proficiency studies, and with this network we can discuss together what our needs are, and we can organize this. Besides that, we also share our experience with market surveillance studies on national level. And we also inform each other about the work we do in a specific year, our yearly program. And this makes it interesting because when one country is checking specific cosmetic products, maybe we don't have to do this. Or even better, we can cooperate. So we can start market surveillance studies on EU level. So yes, I'm very content with this network.
Sounds like you're both having warm thoughts and very positive feedback on the collaboration, which is great. Now, we've talked about it being, a very positive dream scenario, but I want to shift gears and talk about maybe a nightmare. So in a parallel world, if you were to imagine, close your eyes and think about what would things be like if you didn't have this collaboration, what would it look like for you, Dirk? Would it be a nightmare? What would that nightmare look like?
Yeah, for me, personal, it should not really a nightmare, but it's not efficient. When I come to the meetings, I work now for many years in cosmetic research, so I think I have a lot of knowledge, and some other experts in our network also have a lot of knowledge. So when we come to the meetings, all the member states with less experience come to us for questions. So is it a nightmare? Not really, but yeah, it's inefficient when I develop an analytical method for specific analysis, and this method is already somewhere else in another member state. Or if I put a lot of effort in specific problems and another one has already cope with this problem. And another topic is, before we started in 2010 with this network, we analyzed cosmetic products which were not in compliance. They were released from the Dutch market, but I was not sure if this specific product was still available, yes or no, in another country. So inefficiency and products released from the market in one part of Europe and still available in another part of Europe, I think that could be a nightmare.
I can understand why. I actually would love to hear from you, François-Xavier. What would that world look like if you didn't have this collaboration? How would it change the way you do your work?
Well, we would have then to speak with many different stakeholders to reach the same outcome in terms of liaising with the enforcement authorities, because the laboratories do the work, they have the expertise, they run the testing. But then after there has been market surveillance studies, then it is our role with them to speak with the enforcement authorities to take action if necessary in terms of, for instance, a recall.
Right. Yeah.
So if I can already illustrate by an example, for instance, we have run a market surveillance studies on skin whitening products, which could be very dangerous because they could contain a toxic ingredient which are actually banned and completely forbidden to be used as component in these products. So we were able, thanks to the network, to not only to run the study from different samples, so we're talking about 1,000 samples roughly, coming from all over Europe, collected by the inspectors or by the laboratory themselves to cover most of the countries, and then to analyze them in a centralized manner with the same testing method, and then to have the outcome, which was 8% of product non-compliant for wrong claims, and a number of products with toxic ingredients such as mercury or hydroquinone. So, there is really a huge added value for us as EDQM Secretariat to liaise with the network and to be able, when we speak with the enforcement authorities, with the EU Commission, to say this is not the outcome of an isolated study, but an outcome of a collaborative study all over Europe from a network which share the same methods, the same methodology, the same principle, and the same quality assurance system, because they have run also proficiency testing studies on the same methods. So that's really a coherent approach to have robust results that we can present to the authorities for enforcement and follow-up.
Absolutely. I mean, it sounds like you're both saying that if you didn't have this collaboration, things would be particularly inefficient. And as you said, Dirk, what would be the point of reinventing the wheel if someone else has already found the solution to a joint problem? So absolutely, I can already imagine and see why the collaboration is such an added value to the work you do. François-Xavier, you've touched on it a bit in your previous example, but I wanted to know about a project or an initiative where collaboration was really like the reason why you had a successful result. I don't know if you have anything to add further on that point.
Well, I could give, just for the skin whitening, and maybe Dirk could come up with another example from the Market 7 studies, but for the skin whitening products, so that's something quite important, because we know that our partners in the US, for instance, have the same issue. And there is a Skin Fact program on the US FDA website talking about the danger of skin whitening products that contain dangerous ingredients, such as mercury or hydroquinone. So the impact on the work that we have done is to alert not only the authorities but also the general public, because we publish the outcome of these studies on our website, is to alert the authorities and the general public of the danger of these products. So that's really where because it's not only about information exchange and having a network and having a good relationship between us, it's about issuing deliverables that can really have an impact on public health, because there is a follow-up, there is a continuity for each and every single market surveillance study that we organize. But maybe Dirk can further develop on other examples.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to add. An example or an instance where like collaboration was like the very specific reason why you had a very positive and successful result.
Yeah, I think the example François-Xavier is mentioning is of course the end of the process before.
Yeah.
I want to focus on the process before, because that shows that we have very good collaboration. As already mentioned, we need proficiency studies, and for this specific project on skin whiteness, we first organized a proficiency study. So the collaboration is so far that one of the authorities is preparing the reference material, performing the homogeneity test of the reference material, sending the product to EDQM, who is responsible for sending all the samples to the laboratories involved in this proficiency study. Also, the statistical evaluation is performed by EDQM. And in the end, the scientific advisor, which is one of the experts of an authority, presents the report finally in the group. We have 2 times a year, we have a meeting. The report is presented. And every laboratory involved in this proficiency study uses more or less the same analytical method. And with this outcome, we go into the market surveillance study. So everyone can use the method which is proven to be of high quality by the PTS, use this method in the market surveillance study for skin whitening products. So more or less, the way to come to the outcome François-Xavier mentioned is really of high importance and shows a very important example of our collaboration.
Absolutely, and when you think of that example, what's the #1 key lesson that you draw from that positive experience that you'll carry with you in the future?
Yeah, I think that I see it as a puzzle.
I love puzzles.
Every jigsaw puzzle.
I love jigsaw puzzles.
Yeah, so
how many
every member state is one piece of the puzzle, and the only thing is that the puzzle is really nice when it's finished. So when it fits together. So I think the cooperation is showing to give a good picture and to work together and come to the goal we want to reach: safe cosmetic products available for the consumers in Europe.
Absolutely. And what about you, François-Xavier? When you reflect on the example you gave and on the experiences you have, what's the number one key lesson that you'll carry with you into your future work?
Well, the key lesson is that it's good to have a network, but it's even better to have a structured network with a strong governance. Of course, very committed members. So in our strategy, we have stakeholder engagement. So it's quite important to rely on the engagement of the network members, the OCCLs, which is very strong, their engagement. But we have to support, our role as EDQM is to support that with the strong governance, because otherwise it's just a forum where we discuss, we exchange information, which is very good, but we have to do more than just that, and to put in place the procedures, the structure of the network, so that the databases, for instance, where we have robust data saved and available on any time to the OCCLs about the competences of the other OCCLs, the non-compliance result that they have shared between themselves. So to put in place the structure, the governance behind the network, which is not only a club of friends meeting twice a year or many other times, because there are other working group meetings, but really having a structure network to support that work, and to support issuing very robust deliverables with a follow-up and a continuity, and in the end, a positive impact on public health.
That's a really great nuance that you made, that yes, it is good to have a network, but it is even better to have a robust and structured network to achieve your goals. Thank you very much for your incredible insights and for the work you do in keeping us safe. I use cosmetic health products every day, as most of us, if not all of us, do, and the work you do is really affecting the quality of our lives every single day. So please join me in thanking François-Xavier and Dirk for their work and contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, so far we've talked about collaboration and why it is vital to achieving the goals of improving public health. But a key pillar of collaboration is sharing knowledge, which is actually a skill. It's not just this abstract idea, sharing knowledge. It's a skill that we can learn, that we can practice, and that we can apply and benefit from. We share knowledge in all kinds of ways. It's what we say, but it's also how we say it. It's what we write, and it's how we write it. And the ultimate goal of sharing knowledge is to increase the collective knowledge of a group. And as I mentioned, it's not an abstract thing, it's a skill, and organizations can apply effective strategies to facilitate the sharing of knowledge. There are lots of benefits to doing so, but there are also some real challenges to consider. So to tell us more about it, we've assembled a really exciting panel to, well, share their knowledge with us about the different facets of how we exchange information and how it can advance scientific work and public health. So without further ado, let me introduce them. We have a large panel joining us today, so please join me on stage when I call your name. With us today is João Breda, who is Special Representative of the Regional Director at the World Health Organization European Regional Office. Thank you so much for coming. There is great. Yep. Yeah. We are also joined by Gerrit Borchardt, President of the School of Pharmaceutical Sciences at the University of Geneva. Welcome, Gerrit. Thank you. We also have with us Adam Hacker, Director and Global Head of Regulatory Affairs and Quality at CEPI, which stands for the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations. Welcome, Adam. Joining us next, we have Martin Harvey, Head of International Affairs at the European Medicines Agency. Thank you for being with us, Martin. Have a seat. Over here is good. Thank you. And last but certainly not least, we are joined by Marie-Laure Eke, who is Policy Advisor at the EDQM. Thank you for being with us. Great. So as you can see, we have a full house, so let's get right to it. So I'd like to start with you, Marie-Laure. We have with us panelists from diverse organizations, and the EDQM collaborates with each of them. So I'd love to hear from you, why is it key to leverage on knowledge sharing when you work with your partners and your stakeholders, and how do you describe your collaboration with them?
First of all, good morning, everyone, and thanks, Sarah, for the question. I wanted first to start with recalling what we mean with knowledge sharing. As you already pointed out, Sarah, it's not only about sharing data and information that you find in documents or databases, but it's also about sharing this tacit information, knowledge that we gain through our experience inside, in an audit, during a field visit, but also during conferences. And something that I realized also today, what is important is also to share the story behind our activities for everyone, but also for the new generation, because they will be also the public health stakeholder of tomorrow.
Absolutely.
And so sharing expertise, in my view, has a number of benefits. This has been, there has been many examples given yesterday and this morning, but it's about enhancing innovation. We are better together to find innovative solution to problem. We can improve our efficiency of our organization, making best use of resources, avoid duplication. We strengthen also the decision making, because it means that our decisions are more informed and also, I would say, commensurate to the risk that we identified. And lastly, we enhance the capacity, the knowledge of our organization and also our teams. And all of this makes that we can better exercise our mandate and roles of all our stakeholders, and in the end, in return, maximize our public health impact. And when it comes to describing the role or the cooperation we have with all the pieces of my puzzle today, we have different modalities of cooperating, for example, with the international and European organization like WHO, the European Commission and EMEA. Just to mention a few, we have mutual representation, having experts from WHO, EMEA and EC in our working group and vice versa. We have also jointly co-funded program. We have also a regulatory cooperation, and yesterday for example, Rainer Becker mentioned an example of what I call regulatory agility, with having the standard referred into the EU legislation, which allows the legislation keeping pace with its time. And then when it comes to the academia, I think we benefit from the strong expertise of academia, like Gerrit is the chair of the mRNA vaccine group at the European Pharmacopoeia. And then we also benefit from what I would qualify as joint public-private joint undertaking like CEPI.
Thank you very much for illustrating those collaborations with your partners and stakeholders. It's particularly interesting that you mentioned that you've gone so far as co-founding programs, which is, I would imagine, kind of the ultimate example of togetherness, where you're building something new together, which is really impressive. I'd like to now delve into some concrete examples of successful knowledge-sharing initiatives between the EDQM and its partners and stakeholders. And we're going to be focusing on initiatives that have significantly advanced scientific work and public health. So my first question on that is for you, Martin. So drawing on what Marie-Laure said, you know, knowledge sharing is about sharing expertise, but it's also about making the best use of each other's expertise. So with that in mind, Martin, can you give us a concrete example of a successful cooperation between the EDQM and the EMA? And can you also tell us where you think the EMA and the EDQM could collaborate more in the future?
Most of my material has already been stolen this morning. So for all of those who stole my material about COVID-19 and the sampling and testing program, thank you very much.
Feel free to touch on it briefly as well.
But actually, it's worthwhile restating it, because actually these are really strong success stories.
They really are, yeah.
The sampling and testing program that Suzanne spoke about this morning, it's the sort of thing that it doesn't grab headlines, but if it didn't exist, we would need to invent it.
We'd be in trouble. Yeah.
So, you know, absolute kudos to EDQM for having the foresight to have planted the genus of it, and that we were able to then build on it. I think, as Emma Cook, EMA Executive Director, said yesterday, since we introduced the sampling and testing program, something like 1,400 products have gone through the program. And you think about that in terms of the number of products on the market, and you think, well, it seems not a lot of products, but these are all of the innovative, novel products that are coming to Europe. And so these are the products we have focused on. They have the highest risk for public health, and these are the products that we are focused on. And so using the OMCR network, we've gone out and the testing has been done in the pharmacies, in the supply chains, in the warehouses, etc. It's an incredibly important piece of work. Similarly, the COVID-19 work that we heard about earlier on, the EDQM response and the flexibilities in actually trying to find out. I mean, Laurent described it very clearly. The flexibilities in the response of, we have a problem here. How do we tackle it? And it's that sort of flexibility that EDQM has shown over the years. We're here celebrating its 60th anniversary, but it's not a sclerotic organization. It's very much a modern, forward-looking organization that responds to public health needs. And so for that, I mean, it's something we should be celebrating in this year. So what do we do with all of that? And I'm going to come back to, yesterday we heard from Paul about the monsters and how we build over the monsters.
We heard about a lot of nightmares, yeah.
Yeah, I want to take a different story, though, from Mark Schuyler Scott yesterday.
Yeah.
We saw that lovely little video of all these little heart cells just doing their little dance. Was it Mark threatened to do an interpretive dance? The video didn't work. Luckily, we didn't get to see it.
I wish he had done the interpretive dance.
But what was interesting there is that all these little heart cells, they knew they were heart cells and they were doing it by themselves. That was wonderful. But the power to be a heart rather than a heart cell was when you left them together. You talked about mingling. So they were mingling together, and they eventually, with a little bit of help, and that's why you need secretariats and organizations like EDQM, EM, etc. Eventually, they come together and they begin to form the heart.
The whole is greater than the sum of its parts,
Voila.
Once again.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how can we use the experience that EDQM has shown us? And one of the things that I'm particularly involved with is trying to support regulatory system strengthening across the continent of Africa and support the operationalization of the African Medicines Agency. And so one of the conversations we're having with EDQM is, how can we take the experience of this networking approach, this collaborative reliance approach, and use that as examples that our counterparts on the African continent can inspire themselves. It's not a question of picking it up from EDQM and plonking it on the continent. It has to be fit for purpose and fit in with the regulatory system that they're building. But there's a lot of experience that we have established over the years. And what can we share so that we avoid the replication of 55 national laboratories all doing their own thing with no collaboration? So if there's a future, we have IMA, we have AMA, one day we'll have LAMA in Latin America, IMA, AMA, LAMA. We need to, it sounds like Latin declination, I'm sorry about that, but these are things we need to do. We have experience, it works. Let's share that experience and see what we can do elsewhere.
Yeah, thank you very much for that answer. I think it's quite interesting that you, when you look into the future, you want to take that collaboration between the EMA and the EDQM to see how you can contribute on an even bigger global scale. So that's something that we'll definitely be watching out for in the future. We're talking about the American continent very briefly, but someone who knows a lot about the global scale is Joao. So Joao, I'd love to hear from you. From the WHO's perspective, what are the key benefits of sharing knowledge on that global scale when it comes to addressing public health emergencies?
Thank you very much. First of all, if you allow me to, of course, congratulate ECQM for the round and beautiful anniversary. It's an anniversary that actually 60-year-old, right? It's very important for the Europeans because this is probably the time when our health is going to need more attention, and we have a lot and more people that belong to this age group. So it's one of the challenges we have in Europe. And everything I'm going to say here is of a pan-European nature. It's not global, I have to say, because I represent the WHO Regional Office for Europe. And of course, I have here in the room, we have my colleagues from the global level. So much of what I can share with you is really more from a pan-European nature. But I think that congratulations is really happy anniversary. I think this is really important. It talks about longevity, which is something that we in Europe, we have achieved, but it's hard to keep, right? And it's particularly hard to keep with good levels of well-being. It's one of the challenges that we are all facing, is how we live let's say, the last quarter of our lives. And I would like to bring this sort of global perspective because it's really a pan-European perspective that really drives the way we see public health in the WHO European region. We have an approach that really requires solid collaboration. We have inscribed that in the WHO European Program of Work 2020-2025, and it really calls for the different roles of very many stakeholders, including the organization we're celebrating here today. So this for us is at the core, is very important. But our collaboration and the way we see collaboration is based particularly on the interaction between our constituency, and our constituency is 53 countries. So we're a pan-European region that goes way beyond, as you know, the European region. It goes from the middle of the Atlantic towards the Pacific coast on the other side. So it's quite diverse, the biggest WHO region in terms of number of member states, and that's quite a challenge. So obviously the challenges we have, they vary a lot, but there are many commonalities. One of them, as we are talking about public health, as we are here sitting today, we are launching a report at the European level, which is looking into the negative impact of commercial determinants of health. And we look at series of a few industries: alcohol, tobacco, also the food industry, fossil fuels. Millions of lives we've identified lost every year due to this, the negative impact of commercial determinants. And we in the public health world, we are too small and too little to deal with these things alone. We really need collaboration, and collaboration with much more powerful stakeholders, notably, and in some cases, even with these powerful industries, but normally not with some of them. With some of them, we would like them not to exist eventually, particularly one that you know very well, I'm not going to refer to, but responsible for many deaths. So the public health actors need to stand up and face the challenges, I believe. For that, only with collaboration. Particularly in these difficult times, we live in the European region. Our regional director likes to call it perma-crisis. Crisis related with war in the continent, coming out of the pandemic, the new one approaching, for sure, climate change related issues. We live in these situations, and we need to have this dual approach. We need to have health systems that include a lot of the stuff you are discussing here today, medicines and so on, that can really respond to the needs of the people. That can only happen with really great collaboration. And this collaboration needs to be, first and foremost, promoted, needs to be between member states and promoted by member states. And we do have, one of the powerful tools we have is this convening power and bringing countries together, but also the different stakeholders, academia, researchers, coming up with standards and recommendations which are free from conflict of interest, which is something rare. And I think that WHO and also WHO Europe can do that in a very outstanding, I would say, unique way, which nobody else in principle is able to achieve. So a lot of action to bring the science and the scientists together, and also the other stakeholders, really to ensure that we produce the science that requires and calls for more action in a very, in an independent fashion, which is something we need to put the accent on, and really evidence-based, using the best possible available at the moment. So really the comprehensive nature is what I would like to highlight today, looking at public health from health promotion to long-term care. Never forgetting about transparency, equity, and open collaboration, which is very important. And for that, we need trust. We need more research. It's common sense to say that, it's commonplace, but there are research that, for example, interestingly enough, in health systems, we don't have that much, which is research on what works. We need more quasi and experimental research that probably the world needs and Europe really needs a lot. So a public health approach, which is comprehensive, this is what I would like to propose here.
It really sounds like you have to me, it sounds like you've highlighted the comprehensive nature of the collaboration that you do. And clearly one of the things that the WHO brings to the table on a European or a global perspective is that knowledge sharing through these key reports and findings and research. So we'll definitely stay tuned for the upcoming report you mentioned on the commercial determinants of health. Thank you for flagging that for us. So we've just heard from Joao, obviously, about the benefits of sharing knowledge on a pan-European and even on a global scale. But I'd like to focus on, the sharing of knowledge during a public health emergency. And so that brings us to our next two speakers, Gerrit and Adam. You are both super busy during the COVID-19 pandemic, and both of you have an expertise in vaccine development, coming at it from different roles and organizations. So when you look back on these experiences during the pandemic, what elements of knowledge sharing helped you the most? Perhaps we'll start with you, Gerrit.
Well, thank you, Sarah, for this question. But before I answer that, I'd like to pick up what Joao just said. I noticed that I'm only 1 year older than EDQM, and I'm happy to see that we are both very much alive and kicking.
Yes, absolutely.
So thank you for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts here. So I'd like to give you two examples. One is during the pandemic, we were asked by our partners at the Chulalongkorn University Hospital in Bangkok in Thailand to develop a formulation for a COVID-19 vaccine. A PhD student and myself, we went working during the lockdown day and night to provide this. We stole left and right from the other labs because we were working in an empty building. In the interaction and collaboration with our partners in another continent, in discussions with our peers and our colleagues worldwide, we based our formulation development on reading peer-reviewed and non-peer-reviewed yet publications. We got provided by a microfluidic company with equipment that we needed in order to make a formulation for free. After we posted our activities on social media, if you look for it, you will also find my one and only TikTok video of this time. I'm ashamed to say.
I'm going to check that out.
But that shows you that there was a certain mindset of collaboration. Everybody wanted to have a part in this and help us and provided us assistance in this. Now, this same mindset, because you mentioned the mRNA vaccine working party, that was established here in November 22 as a consequence of what happened during the pandemic. EDQM decided to establish this working party. We are now 45 experts and 2 excellent staff members from the EDQM working on this. This is a global effort from the FDA, Taiwan, TGA, Australia, through Europe, all the way to your home country of Canada, of course. And these are people, experts, that walk away from their obligations to their CEOs and shareholder values, from their obligations to their students and deans, in my case, to come here to the EDQM, which is providing a level playing field where also competitors in the business world can exchange information. And EDQM is facilitating this. I'm very thankful for this. We have very interesting discussions, and we had, after less than a year, we had 3 texts that were submitted for public comment to Pharma-Europa, and we hope that we will get the final version submitted in November this year. So all of this was possible because these guys and girls understand themselves as scientists. We're here for scientific discussions, for exchange of information. We know that we are in the business of saving lives and easing suffering. So we are all dedicated to this. And this was because of this, and also because the chair provided some Swiss chocolate once in a while, that we could do this. So I think, last sentence, I think that the lifeblood of EDQM has always been and must always be science and the scientific exchange between experts here.
Thank you very much for your reflections on the collaboration that you experienced during the pandemic. And I want to turn over to you, Adam. What was it like for you during the pandemic? What elements of knowledge sharing helped you most in the work you do?
So thank you very much, and delighted to be here, and thanks for inviting me to this wonderful meeting, which I actually learned a huge amount.
Good.
So first on CEPI. CEPI is an organization we were founded in just after the West African Ebola outbreak of 2014-16, and really to look at funding vaccines research in diseases which are neglected. There's no business model. And hence we'd stood up funding, we're funded by governments around the world, and we were funding a number of programs in diseases like Lassa fever, MERS, Nipah virus, Rift Valley fever, chikungunya, etc. And it's through those funding activities and the partner companies we started working with, we started to develop a network of interactions with mostly smallish companies, academic organizations, but also importantly, as we took those programs into the local regions to regulators to talk about the data that's being generated and about the diseases that were occurring in their region, that we built those partnerships with regulatory authorities. Now, why is that important? Well, as COVID struck, we were very rapid to start standing up and funding COVID vaccines research. I think in the end we funded something like 13 different programs, some for small amounts of money, but some for substantial hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. And what we realized very quickly is obviously the gap that's needed is CEPI sitting at that interim place between industry, between regulators and other WHO and other organizations as well. So we're really ideally placed to be a facilitator and to aid the sharing of information between organizations. And as such, we were one of the founding members of the COVAX organization, working with UNICEF, WHO, Gavi. And we set up a number of different initiatives to share data. We had industry organizations contributing to what we called the COVAX SWAT teams, clinical, non-clinical, CMC. And it's through those interactions that information and queries and challenges that industry were having during development bubbled up through CEPI, and we could then convene regulatory authorities. And in fact, we stood up the Regulatory Advisory Group, and I co-chair that with Rogerio Gaspar at the WHO. And it's through those discussions with the regulatory authorities, and we had EDCTP member there, Laurent Mallet, who you've heard about earlier today, where we discussed some of those issues and tried to move towards consensus around those regulatory challenges. In the early days, there were things around manufacturing processes, around stability, shelf life, etc. And importantly, the collaboration between industry regulators, it allowed us to engage with industry to support EDQM to allow some of those information as the vaccines were progressing through development to be shared with EDQM effectively. And it's that effective sharing allowed the assays to be developed and the test labs to be set up and ready to do those testings. So I think a really, really nice example of working with EDQM then. And of course, that allowed the vaccines to be released very rapidly. We talked about 320 something days for release, and undoubtedly there are an awful lot of steps, of which those final steps to get the product out of the door of the pharmaceutical companies and into people's arms really requires that late stage release process to work absolutely smoothly. And that can traditionally for vaccines can take a very long time. The other aspect, of course, of that is that we're often faced with a situation where testing occurs in the country of origin or through the OMCL network in Europe, but then it's shipped to another country and they then require additional testing. Right. And of course, in a situation of urgency, that is absolutely crazy. I mean, you should be able to trust labs that are well certified, well monitored.
I remember that being
absolutely
an issue,
pivotal. And actually, we worked very closely with WHO and EDQM to develop a very short paper and then got agreement amongst regulatory authorities that that country of origin testing would be sufficient and that individual countries could waive their own testing requirements in order to be able to accelerate access to the vaccines. So again, a really nice example of collaboration.
Absolutely. I think you've both really touched on and expanded on how knowledge sharing played a really big role on a global scale in accelerating vaccine development during the pandemic. And just anecdotally, I remember that how in the pandemic, it was like public health guidelines, recommendations, and scientific findings were shared from all over the world. I mean, I was reading reports from countries where I'd never read reports originating from, and I remember how in the early days of the pandemic, we had so little information, and we were getting reports, sometimes formal reports, sometimes just emails from doctors in Italy telling us what they were seeing, and that was essential information sharing and knowledge sharing that really helped guide what we did in the pandemic and how we coped with it. So clearly knowledge sharing has a lot of benefits both in crisis times and in not so crisis times. So thank you all for your insights on that. I know we're running a little bit short on time, but I do insist on asking one more question to Adam. So we talked about the benefits of sharing knowledge, but there are obviously some challenges as well. When you look into the future, how do you think we can work through and work beyond some of the challenges posed by intellectual property to boost the development and access to novel medicines? It's a bit of a spicy question, but...
I mean, we can celebrate, and we just talked about the sharing of knowledge during the pandemic, which I think was really, really tremendous. I think it changed the dynamic, although some companies, small companies, were very nervous about sharing documentation. And I remember Peter Marks at the FDA sharing a release certificate which was completely blacked out. And they'd been sent this by the country that the supplier was being sent to. And FDA said this was nothing to do with us. This was the company not sharing their information. So I think that's absolutely pivotal. And one of the things we're trying to work on is, can we create some kind of global sharing interface? And I know that Martin works extensively in the EMA on trying to create those collaborations between different regulatory authorities, and particularly in low and middle income countries, which is very close to the heart for CEPI. And the real question is can we overcome some of the previous challenges, historical challenges? Many companies are not prepared to share dossiers with regulatory authorities, particularly in low-income countries. They're very concerned about confidentiality. As we've heard today, lots of confidentiality agreements are popping up. And as we know, a lot of document management systems have really good controls over information within it. You know, you can't download whole sections of a dossier. You could maybe screenshot pages, but that gives you an indication of where that information is going. So I think they're really important measures which we could start to move forward into sharing information across some sort of dossier platform. Wouldn't it be amazing if every regulator could get access to information at the same time? At the moment, it's a real travesty because we see first wave submissions from industry, and I come from industry. You're targeting your most profitable markets first. You see second waves, you see third waves, you see fourth waves. Of course, by the time you get to the fourth wave, the product's already been modified. You know, this is often years after the original approval. The product's been changed, you've got manufacturing changes, and therefore there is almost no product left with shelf life. So this is why in low-income countries you have product being distributed that's almost expired and then expires in the market, which again is an absolutely terrible feature of, I suppose I'm not going to blame the regulatory system because to a certain extent it's a shared responsibility with industry. So what if you could share all of that information at the same time? What if you could create transparency? And I know that Martin works on a lot of initiatives with FDA and with other countries, which are really important for sharing information. And I really hope that some kind of sharing platform will allow that to be enhanced even further. And that goes to documents that EDQM is generating. Again, transparency, to demonstrate that these batches are clearly past the appropriate testing can speed things up enormously. And before we start implementing models in every single country around the world for having their own labs, for having their own batch testing, can you imagine the cost and the time taken to do retesting and the waste of product to do retesting in every single country? So it is much better that we tackle this soon and identify mechanisms for mutual sharing, recognition and reliance procedures to really prevent that from happening. Absolutely. To be as transparent as possible. And that type of regulatory system could potentially do it by making all of the data accessible to everybody who needs to have access to it with the appropriate control measures.
Yeah, I will exceptionally ask Martin to react to this because I sense that you have some good thoughts on it. If you could share what you're thinking about very briefly.
Well, part of this was a private breakfast discussion we had this morning.
Well, give us the scoop.
We're not going to go through all of it. This is just between us, isn't it, here?
Chatham House rules, minus the live stream and all the things that break it.
We have confidentiality arrangements with a number of of regulators, including EDQM and WHO. But the concept of a confidentiality arrangement is very much set in a paradigm of industry keeping everything secret. And I actually don't think that's the world we're in today. So I would love to see a different, and I can see the FPA colleagues are already sort of shaking their heads. But wouldn't it be wonderful if we changed the paradigm and actually thought about sharing information? Ema would have said it yesterday had she had a little bit more time, but she's famous for saying that no one single agency can do it all by themselves. And we saw that in COVID-19. So without being big-headed about this, if you have the US FDA and the European Medicines Agency say, we can't do it all by ourselves, then what other regulators can? And so we need to be moving to a different paradigm where we are all able to share information. So specific examples, Adam was talking about post-approval changes for vaccines. We are currently running a number of pilots with a couple of forward-looking pharma companies, where based on an EMA assessment of a post-approval change, we're asking regulators in other countries to recognize and rely on our assessment. It's about reliance and recognition. So there's one at the moment, the company is public about it, but this isn't the place to talk about it. 48 countries are being asked to recognize a post-approval change. And there are 3 others coming down as well. This is the sort of thing we need to be doing.
Yeah.
And we need to be sharing the information, sharing the assessment. WHO, I think yesterday, 2 days ago, spoke about dengue fever in Europe. The increase of domestic contracted dengue. It's not just something we see from Latin America, it's here in Europe as well. So we need to be thinking in terms of global health, sharing information. It's one planet.
Yes, it is. Martin, you said that there was somebody reacting to this strongly in the audience.
No, I will not. I will not.
Well, I'm going to, again, change the code a little bit, but I have somebody in mind in the audience because we don't have industry on the panel with us, and I feel like it would only be fair to give 2 minutes of comment on this important question. So I don't know if Florence Baron-Papillon is with us. She left. Is there anyone else who might want? Is anyone from FPA here? Is Marcus Goose? Where is that?
156.
Marcus. There you are, my friend. All right. Sorry to put you on the spot, but it is an opportunity to, address an important question. So, 2 minutes. What are your thoughts?
I probably only need 5 seconds. I love the discussion, and I love especially what Martin just mentioned about the importance of reliance. I think this is basically the future I see, moving forward, and being transparent in what we are doing, what we as industry are doing as much as we can. But at the same time, of course, also what the regulators are doing. And probably, as you discussed before, it should not be underestimated sometimes the issues that we are facing with these confidentiality agreements, for example. I think these paper issues need to be addressed, but at the end of the day, they shouldn't stand in the way of making this happen. So I love the discussion. It goes absolutely in the right direction, and reliance is the future.
Well, thank you very much for your answer, and thank you for being so kindly on the spot to help us round out this conversation. So I want to thank our panelists so much for sharing how and why we need to prioritize sharing knowledge in collaborations. I found it really helpful to hear some concrete examples of successful knowledge sharing that you've had within your own organizations and with the EDQM. So on that note, please join me in thanking each of our speakers, both in the audience and on stage, for their time and their expertise. Thank you. So today's theme may be together, but there is a particular kind of collaboration in which both parties probably will never meet and will never speak. I'm talking about the relationship between a blood donor and a recipient of blood product. In my work as an emergency doctor, I regularly see just how vital it is to have access to safe blood transfusions, and ensuring that blood products meet the highest safety and quality standards for both patients and donors is of the utmost importance. Collaboration is really essential in the field of blood transfusion, and so we've assembled a really great panel of experts to help us shed light on that. I'm going to call on our panelists, and I would ask that they come to the stage and join me for our next session. So we're going to be joined by Joanna Castren, Chair of the European Committee on Blood Transfusion. Voilà. Thank you for being with us, Joanna. We also have with us today Vanja Nikolac-Markic, Head of the Substances of Human Origins Division at the EDQM. And last but certainly not least, we are joined by Jean-Philippe Plançon, President of the European Patient Organization for Dysimmune and Inflammatory Neuropathies. Thank you so much for being with us. Yeah. Or actually maybe beside Joanna. Yep. Yeah, just so we are a bit more centered. Great. So thank you all for being with us. I'm very much looking forward to our exchange. So I'd like to start with a question for you, Vanja. So how does the EDQM ensure that it safely addresses the needs of member states when it comes to making sure that blood products and blood transfusions are of highest quality and that they're safe? Should be on.
Okay, thank you, Sarah, for asking. Good morning to our guests and dear colleagues. So in this role of addressing really the finest quality of our activities, EDQM is not alone, of course. We do it together. So we have really great variety of instruments that we can use in exercising this togetherness. For example, we do have probably our flagship body or structure that we established. It is Intergovernmental Committee on Blood Transfusion, called CDPTS. Mm-hmm. It consists of 39 members coming from 39 countries that are originally countries part of Pharmacopoeia Convention, and they delegated their finest experts in the blood field to work with us. And Secretariat is supporting this work group, but also work group and other work groups are supporting Secretariat. So that's a really good example of togetherness. It's going in by both directions. And there are so many participants in this CDPTS group or body. There's WHO there's European Union, other European Union's body like EMA, ECDC, agency, and all other observer states as well. They can observe our work. So this big and very important and central body in EDQM also can delegate some of their tasks to other groups. So we have this work group that is responsible for delivering and revision of our flagship publication, that is Guide for Quality and Safety of Blood and Blood Components. This work group does also contribution to this all-together work, also again consisting of the finest experts delegated by the member state and also helping Secretariat, and Secretariat is again supporting with administrative, but not only administrative, also scientific work as well. But also we can we do have the opportunity to establish different work groups, ad hoc work groups for specific topics that we need or have to address, whether those questions or those requests are coming from countries or from the inside, from CDPTS or from this guide work group. So we can deliver projects, long-term, short-term projects, but also one-off activities with the support with, again, those ad hoc expert groups. So as you can see, in our work, we will try to maximize our collaboration, networking, partnership, transparency, to try to yield at the end the best quality expertise and state-of-the-art knowledge for our publications that will be of use again. Final users, our final users are clinicians. Sometimes what we are targeting, those are really people working, experts working in blood establishments in this case, but also clinicians who will be, like you did, use our blood components.
Yeah. Amazing. It sounds like it's a pretty comprehensive collaboration with the EDQM providing both administrative but also scientific help and support to the member states so that they can ensure the safety and the highest quality of their blood and blood products. So thank you very much for that, that insight. I want to go over to you, Joanna. So you're chair of the European Committee on Blood Transfusion, so I really can't think of a better person to explain to us exactly how this committee works and how does it collaborate with other relevant parties.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. So as Vanya said, so we are quite a big committee, so we meet twice a year. Once here in Strasbourg, and then we have one kind of Teams meeting annually. But I think the most important work is done between, the meetings. It's the most important deliverable is the blood guide, because it's used in, it needs to be, and I mean it's used in every blood service kind of guidance of all your daily work. And if I think about the collaboration, it's out of the committee. So one for me is that the guide, which is updated every second year, has always a stakeholder consultation round, and there we provide the change log, what has been changed, background for all the changes, for new standards, and then get feedback on the field. So about perhaps some extra issues we haven't been able to capture in the new version, and then also, of course, comments which standard should be updated as soon as possible. Yeah. So I think that's very important. And of course, I also would like to say that the collaboration between stakeholders who are observers in the CDPTS is very lively, because we have also experts from countries like Australia in the guide group, and they are working together with us in order to make the standards of blood guide even better than they have been, and it's the possibility to learn from each other. And then also, I mean, FDA is observer and part of active work, so we have a lot of collaboration with the network outside of the CDPTS.
Thank you very much for that explanation. It helps us understand what you do and also whom you do it with, so thank you very much for that. So when most people think of blood donations, they think of red blood cells, which are used for transfusions, but there's lots of other components to blood, among them plasma, which is the liquid part of blood, and which can also be collected separately and is used to make medications that are life-saving for some 300,000 people in Europe, the last I checked. And so patients really depend on these life-saving medicines that come from blood and blood products. So Jean-Philippe, I'm curious to know from your perspective from a patient organization, what role do patient organizations play in the field of blood and plasma collection in Europe? And how do patient organizations contribute to even higher safety and quality standards for blood and blood products?
Thank you for this question. Very, very complicated, of course. But first of all, thank you for this kind invitation to the 60th anniversary. It's a pleasure to add the voice of patient during this event. So, and because we are talking about the power of collaboration, of course, the place of patient is essential to, if we consider the landscape of health, of course. So within EPODIN, we represent an important patient community suffering from life-threatening and life-debilitating diseases, mainly neurological diseases such as Lewis-Sumner syndrome. Many of you know this name. Maybe few of you know chronic inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy, Lewis-Sumner syndrome, Miller-Fisher syndrome. So there is a lot of diseases that we are covering. Actually, we consider 1.3 million of people are living with this type of disease. I'm one of these people. I live with a CIDP since 25 years. And for us as EPODIN, we are a rather young patient organization. We We just are 5 years old, not 60 years old, but we are currently gathering national organization from a variety of European countries with decades of experience and engagement. So it's important for us. Maybe if we consider the plasma-derived medicinal products for which there is no alternative or substitution, for us as patients, it's crucial. And mainly in our domain, we are interested by immunoglobulins. Immunoglobulins are the key driver of PDMP, actually, and
is
determine
plasma-derived medicinal
thank you,
products, just for clarity.
sorry. Plasma medicinal derived products, yes.
Plasma-derived medicinal products, yeah.
Yeah. And it determines the plasma needs. Just for you to understand, a patient like me, like many others, required 380 plasma donation per year to be treated. So it's a lot. Yeah. It's a lot, and it means that our collection and fractionation systems are able to do that. So maybe to answer directly to your question, because our life depends, of course, of this treatment, we need to be mobilized around it. And for example, in several countries, there is strong relationship, if we consider the plasma collection, which is actually the main problem at the European level. I see the slide, you see more than 2 million liters of plasma are collected annually, but there is a lack of 5. We consider there is a lack of 5 million liters actually in Europe. So it means that each country will have to mobilize to organize itself to collect more plasma. And for that, we can support that as patient organization locally, of course, and there is strong relationship with national collectors. I'm coming from France. In France, there is a I see Pierre Tiberghien not so far from EFS and EBA, and of course there is very, very strong relationship between national collectors, when you have got national collectors, but also with other entities who are able to collect plasma. We also support a plasma collection campaign. It's very important to have a face of patient if you consider the communication way. I was on the tramway of Bordeaux a few months ago. My mom was very happy to see her son's face, and I think it's very important for us to be part of the way we will be able to collect more plasma everywhere. And communication, information will be key. We don't have the time to talk about the soil regulation probably, but it will be a key issue for us, for patients, and for healthcare system, national healthcare system, to be able to collect plasma and to inform the whole population about plasma, which is very complicated, in fact.
Absolutely.
And just maybe not to be too long, we talked about the national level, but also as patient organization, and mainly European patient organization, we were very involved in the soil regulation, which is for us a key issue as well. Because it will determine the capacity that we will have collectively to collect more plasma, and not to stay on the idea that what we can't or we can't do. What I mean is we need to work collectively. This is the topic of the session. And when I say that, I mean we need to collaborate with the private sector as well. Public sector is important, clearly, but we also have to consider the private system, because, well, I'm talking about plasma, of course. Okay, and maybe the last topic, it's to be very vigilant for as a patient organization about the implementation of soil regulation, which is key for us, once again, because it will be in 2027, and there is a concern of the capacity of each country to mobilize itself, once again, because this is key. We consider there is a lack of 5 million liters of plasma, so how can we manage the best way to organize a balanced and ethical healthcare systems?
Absolutely, and you know, it sounds like the patient organizations have been really involved and instrumental to ensuring that not only the safety and the quality of plasma and plasma products is ensured, but also the safety of the supply of plasma, which is really the central issue that the patient organizations have been advocating for, as I understand it. I just want to wrap up this session with one last question for you, Jean-Philippe. Why is collaboration with the EDQM particularly important to patient organizations? You touched on it a little bit, but I'd love it if you could expand a tiny bit on that relationship.
Yes, well, EDQM is an essential actor in this domain, and because also with the soil regulation, it will become very important to be involved in each working group that EDQM we will implement. If we consider, for example, the blood guide, we had this discussion outside the Council of Europe, and for us it's very important to have a word to say. We are not specialists, we are not technicians, but we are specialists of the life with the disease.
Mm-hmm.
So all the time, when you had patient organization contribution in a committee, dedicated committee, it's useful. Okay. It's useful not to challenge the technical issues, because we are not, once again, specialists of that, but to challenge the whole system and to add the voice of patient, to be sure that we will not miss the patient centricity value of patient. And I think this is probably what we are expecting from the EDQM actually, and well, and I didn't talk about equity, because we talk about supply, we talk about safety products, and the last step is the question of equity. This is not because you collect a lot of plasma that everybody will be treated equally, but this is another topic.
Absolutely. A quick last comment from you, Joanna.
Yes, can I absolutely agree what you say, but I would like to emphasize the both human ends of the supply chain. So I think that the donors, they need to get a big thank you from all of us, because everything starts with the donors, and without donors we don't have anything in our field. So don't forget them.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. So can I add something, just Sarah? Just yes, you're right, because I had one point and I missed it. And yes, we advocate for dual ethics, which means, of course, we need to have strong donor protection. We say that all the time. A donor well protected is a patient well protected. Clearly, there is no discussion around that. And in 2 days, the 14th of June, it will be the World Donor Day. Yes, so it will be an opportunity to thank once again our donor.
Yeah, absolutely. May I? Yes, one very last one.
Because we blood people are like that, so there's no transfusion if there's no donation. So if you are willing to receive, please also be willing to give. So go and give blood.
So consider this our call to action, absolutely. So thank you all so much for taking the time to answer my questions and for reminding us of the essential collaboration between donors and patients. Even though they may never meet, that is a fundamental collaboration that's essential to the field of blood transfusion. And once again, a reminder that Blood Donor Day is just around the corner on June 14th. So with that, we conclude this exciting panel. Please join me in thanking our experts once more. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So we've just heard about blood transfusions and the collaboration required to make sure patients have access to safe and quality blood products, but obviously blood isn't the only substance of human origin on which patients depend. Organ transplantation is a field that is constantly evolving, and one which also requires a tremendous amount of collaboration. This is our last panel of the day. I know we're running a little bit behind, but it is a really important one, so I thank you for staying with us and for your engagement and your attention, because we've gathered 3 really exciting speakers with different and unique expertise on the matter. So I'd like to invite them to join me on stage. First, we have Beatriz Dominguez Gil, Chair of the European Committee on Organ Transplantation. Thank you so much, Beatriz. We also have with us Jaime Marco, who is the Scientific Program Manager at the EDQM's Substances of Human Origin Division. Thank you for being with us, Jaime. And last but certainly not least, we have the pleasure of being joined by Liz Schick, who is the recipient of a liver transplant and who is president of the World Transplant Games Federation. A warm welcome to Liz. Liz, actually, if you can, I'll have you right over here. Thank you. It's just so we're a bit more centered in the balance. So I would like to start with a question for you, Jaime. So one of the most helpful things is to understand what various committees do, the important work that they do. So can you explain to us what the European Committee on Organ Transplantation does, please?
Yes, thank you, Sarah, for the question, and good morning, everyone. So the European Committee on Organ Transplantation is working since 1997, and it's the steering committee in the EDQM that is working in the domain of organ transplantation, but also on tissue and cell donation. So this also covers medically assisted reproduction and transplantation of hematopoietic progenitor cells. So its members, as with the CDPTS, are the 39 member states of the European Pharmacopoeia. It also has observer states, such as the US. It also has international organizations that are observers, such as WHO. The European Union is also involved in the CDPTO. And also we have as observers the main scientific associations in the field, such as the European Society for Organ Transplantation or the European Association of Tissue and Cell Bank. And its activities include, among many others, the collection of international data and monitoring of practices, the transfer of knowledge and expertise through training and networking, as well as the elaboration of reports and recommendations as tools to develop common policy instruments and legal framework in the field for its member states.
That's quite a big portfolio. I can't imagine the amount of collaboration it takes to do all of that incredible work. So we're going to take a bit of a zoom out look now, and I have a question for you on that, Beatrice. Can you paint us a picture of what the situation is like in Europe when it comes to organ donation and organ transplantation?
Thank you, Sarah. A pleasure to be back here. So the landscape of solid organ donation and transplantation in Europe has profoundly changed over the last decades. So looking at the numbers, in 2022, there were about 40,000 solid organ transplants performed. And this was possible thanks to 11,000 persons who donated organs after death, and about 9,000 who donated a kidney or part of their liver during their lifetime to help usually a family member, but on occasions even to a stranger. So we're talking about really a fascinating surgical field, which is highly transformative, as you will see afterwards. But we also know that along the entire year, there were almost 150,000 patients waiting for an organ, and that every day, 20 patients die. Every day, 20 patients die because they don't receive the organ they need. We also know that access to transplantation is extremely unequal across European countries. So, for example, there are countries that are not performing transplantation at all. Some of them have to enter into collaborative agreements with other countries to provide transplant services to the patients. This donation varies between known to almost 50 donors per million population. This is how we measure it in Spain. Or live donation ranges from 0 to about 30 live donors per million population in countries like the Netherlands or Turkey. So this means there is room for improvement. And we know all this because we have been working together for many years. We started to collect data together at the CDPTO at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s. So we have got a complete picture of what happens in Europe, but everywhere in the world. So right now we have managed to get information from close to 90 countries throughout the world. We have evolved from about 13 variables to 256 variables that provides you a complete picture of what happens around the world.
That's so much
data. So I would say that we're also cooperating with the WHO database in order to provide this information with the intention of together monitoring practices, ensuring transparency on what we do, because we're managing a gift, which is that of organs for transplantation. And we also identify or perform benchmarking to identify where we can do better. So I think that's an excellent exercise of what we can do together, and we actually do at the CDPTO.
Yeah, thank you very much for really illustrating what the situation is like in Europe. Obviously, organ transplantation is super important, but it's not something that's often in the news, except for one particular instance. There's been a few times where there's been stories about concerns about potential organ trafficking, and so I'd like to hear, where does the fight against organ trafficking fit into the work that you do?
Well, organ trafficking is the bad part of our story. Our story is marvelous. We are talking about generosity, altruism, but unfortunately the desperation of those patients who die on the waiting list or who get even too sick to get a transplant, and also the extreme disparities in the distribution of wealth in the world are the root causes of organ trafficking, basically including two crimes: trafficking in persons for the purpose of the removal of organs and organ trafficking. This occurs. It occurs in particular places in the world, particularly those in which the law is not well implemented, there are corruption, but it may occur in every country in the world. There may be forms of trafficking even in well-sophisticated systems. So the Council of Europe has been very, very tough, I would say, in the fight against these practices. We have two important conventions at the Council of Europe against trafficking in persons, against trafficking in organs. But the EDQM was very eager to understand how it could move a little bit farther. And one peculiarity of organ trafficking compared to other forms of crimes is that it needs doctors. Organ trafficking cannot occur without healthcare professionals. So somehow healthcare professionals can do things to prevent organ trafficking, to combat it, and to protect their victims, because there are victims. There are vulnerable persons who are exploited, and there are vulnerable patients who need a transplant. So what EDQM has done is to create, again, a network. We have created what we call NETA, which is a network of individuals and ministers of health across Council of Europe member states who are in a key position of compiling information about what happens, training professionals, working with law enforcement bodies, and performing other sort of activities to react against this crime. And we have created a unique registry across the world, what we call RITA, Registry for the International Travel for Transplantation, because trafficking usually occurs in the form of patients, desperate patients, traveling to countries where these sort of activities take place. So usually in the form of traveling for transplantation, and each of these national focal points collects every year information from transplant centers about patients who traveled for transplantation abroad and returned for follow-up care. So we compile this information, and we're getting a complete, well, I wouldn't say complete, but a rather fair picture of what is happening in Europe and elsewhere. And what do we do with this information? Well, we're struggling with this information, but actually we're approaching governments to tell them where you have patients traveling to other countries to get an organ, you are receiving patients from elsewhere to get an organ, and we're trying to work with governments in order to take measures in order to stop these activities, to understand what is the profile of patients who feel compelled to buy an organ elsewhere, and to identify how to address the consequences in victims of this heinous crime.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're really very proud of having created something rather unique that we believe can make a difference. I wouldn't say that we have stopped the crime, unfortunately, but I think we're in the right direction.
Thank you very much for clarifying, what the situation is with organ trafficking. Obviously, there's two people involved. There's the victim of the human trafficking or organ trafficking, and there's also, unfortunately, the victims of patients who are waiting for a transplant in the framework. And I can only imagine that this is a complex situation to navigate and to prevent. Yeah.
And importantly, with consequences for the health of the patient, for the health of the donor victim, because that's not a donor, it's a victim, and consequences for public health, because many of these patients returned with infectious diseases that are unknown to our countries, to our systems, and many times with multi-drug resistant microorganisms.
challenges
So
there.
it's really a very, very challenging situation for all of us.
Absolutely. While we're on the topic of challenges, I have a question for you, Jaime, but I'm going to stick with you, Beatrice, first. You've spoken about the challenge of organ trafficking, of course, but what are the other main challenges in organ transplantation as a field, and how does the European Committee on Organ Transplantation help the member countries work through those challenges?
So I think this unifies the two things that we have discussed before. So on one hand, we know that organ shortage is the main problem that we have. We heard yesterday about the creation of organs. Even we heard about xenotransplantation. And we have been performing benchmarking all these years. And the best way of even to combat organ trafficking, so linking these two questions, would be to solve organ shortage. So what have we done? Well, we have done many things, but fundamentally building upon success stories, successful ways of doing things, we have provided governments with key information about how to move forward. And many governments think we need to convince the population to donate. Well, the good news is that most of the population is eager to donate organs after death. Where we fail is in identifying donation opportunities. There are very few persons who die in conditions consistent with organ donation. Just between 1% and 2% of persons who die in a hospital will do so in conditions that are consistent with organ donation. So what we have understood is ways of organizing the systematic identification of these donation opportunities and the perfect realization of the disease donation pathway. So we have a lot of recommendations to governments about the fear of the donor transplant coordinator, the role of the National Transplant Agency, how to manage the waiting list, quality assurance programs to identify where we fail and where we can do better, how to manage national donor registries, so all sort of information about how to organize the system. And moreover, we have been coping with innovation. We were looking back at one recommendation that was produced in
1997.
In 1997, we had the first recommendation about xenotransplantation. And right now we are redoing it, of course, because things have completely changed with genetically modified pigs. So we see that future is coming, so we're now dealing with that. But we have developed an important number of recommendations about donation after the circulatory termination of death, novel forms of live donation, for example, exchanging donors or kidneys between donor-recipient pairs who are incompatible, what we call kidney pair exchange programs. So we have a full amount of recommendations and resolutions that are not legally binding, but are a sort of soft law that are setting the basis for countries to move into the same direction. That's some of the activities that we perform, but I think Jaime is going to take over some of the other activities.
Thank you very much for that really very comprehensive, all the same overview of the activities. My last question before we move on to you, Liz, is for Jaime. So obviously the safety and the quality of substances of human origin is essential, fundamental. How does the Committee on Organ Transplantation ensure the quality and the safety of those substances? Because it's not quite the same as making a medication in a manufacturing plant. These are substances that come from real, living, breathing humans who exist in the world just as we do.
So thank you, Sarah, for the question. So as you might imagine, this is one of the major concerns of the CDPTO, and for addressing it, apart from the many recommendations that are created, there are 2 ad hoc working groups of 40 experts, each group of them. So one group is working on updating a guide on the quality and safety of organs for transplantation, and another group of 40 experts is working on updating the guide for the quality and safety of tissues and cells for human application. So these working groups are made by experts that are nominated by the CDPTO. In addition to these 40 experts for some specific topics, we are involving other experts in the field that are identified from other countries that are outside of the scope of the Council of Europe. These guides then undergo a stakeholder consultation to make sure, in addition, that we add any other expertise that might have been lost, so that to make sure that the information collated in the guides is the most up-to-date information in the field. So what is the ultimate goal of these guides, of both of them, is to improve the successful rates of safe organ, tissue, and cell transplantation. In addition, I wanted to mention that, as it has been mentioned with the adoption of the new SOHO regulation, the tissue guide is actually mentioned in the regulation as the guideline to follow in regards to the use for
It's the
tissues and
standard,
cells. Yeah, as a standard. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I like that you highlighted that you're leveraging the expertise of your various team members to really ensure that it's the most state-of-the-art and the most updated version that it can be, so we can ensure quality and safe organ and substances of human origin use.
I would like to add that it is actually our main way of channeling our efforts to the patients.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously.
Of course, yeah, absolutely. So we've just heard about how the field of organ transplantation really embodies, as far as I can see, the spirit of togetherness with the use of diverse experts from diverse backgrounds, all committing to the end goal of ensuring patient health and ensuring safe ethical donations. And the focus on patient health is really at the crux of what we do. So I'd now like to turn my attention to you, Liz. I think nobody quite understands what's at stake here quite like you do as a recipient of a liver transplant. So I'd love it if you could tell us a bit about your story and how transplantation transforms people's lives and how it transformed your life.
Well, you mentioned 1997. In 1997, I was a young woman of 35. Okay, you're all doing your math out there. I was a young woman of 35, and I had a little girl of 5 and a little boy of 8, and my life was like a fairy tale, and I thought I was going to live happily ever after. And then from one day to the next, I was told that I had epithelial hemangioendothelioma, and it took me 2 months to learn to say that, and I still can't spell it. And I was told that the only treatment possible was a liver transplant.
Okay.
I knew nothing about transplantation. As a little girl, my favorite program was Emergency Ward 10, which could be kind of compared to Grey's Anatomy, I suppose, these days. But I knew nothing about transplantation. I didn't know if they even did them in Switzerland where I live. I didn't know what life would be like post-transplant. And I didn't even know if my insurance would pay for it. I didn't even know if they'd find a donor. I had no idea. And this is the case in many countries and with many people. Even I find that a general practitioner or a dentist or a gynecologist, if I go to them, they kind of treat me like I'm made out of china. They don't really know what to do with me. So luckily, I was a candidate for transplantation. And I remember very well my first meeting with the man who was to do the surgery. My husband's first question to him was, will she be able to do sport post-transplant? Which is quite ironic now because I'm the president of the World Transplant Games Federation. But I think the word sport frightens people. We transplant recipients, we come in all ages, shapes and sizes, and we have, some of us are much fitter than others, and unfortunately a lot of people do not get to transplantation, or post-transplant they can have terrible problems. And I think what I always thought in my case, and now that I really think every single day, is that we must put all of our possibilities in the basket to be able to live a good a life as possible. And so with the World Transplant Games Federation, we had a program called Fit for Life, which is now Refit for Life, which I have been told to tell you from my Vice President, Gerard Reina, who is watching, will be very soon coming out in Spanish. And we want as many transplant recipients as possible to be physically active post-transplant, to not only combat the side effects of the immunosuppression, but to give them the best quality of life possible and to help them combat, of course, problems you may have with mental health post-transplant.
Absolutely. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences with us. What do you remember feeling when you heard your diagnosis?
I hated going to bed at night. I just wanted to stay awake and be active all the time because I was so frightened. I had no idea what was ahead of me, and I used to have a nightmare of waking up in intensive care with a respirator, and I'd wake up and think, oh my God, that was horrible. And then I'd think, but I've got to go through that. And so I just didn't like to sleep at night. And when I woke up from the surgery, I was so pleased to wake up. And I remember saying to them, "Did you do it?" I felt like a train had run over me.
Oh, I can only imagine. And my last question before we wrap up this session is, can you tell us more about how you got involved with the World Transplant Games?
I was volunteering for Swiss Transplant. I actually work 40% now for Swiss Transplant, but I wanted to do anything I could, because knowing what it was like to be on a waiting list, I wanted to help people that would find themselves on a waiting list in the future. And one of the transplant coordinators said, "Oh, there's this event for skiing going on near you. It's called the World Transplant Games. Why don't you volunteer?" And well, I've been volunteering ever since, and last year became the president. So,
Wow.
yeah, everything I do is really to pay homage to my donor. And anyone sitting here, if you know someone, a donor family, or just go and say thank you from all of us, the whole transplant community, because we don't know who they are. So go and give them a hug from us.
Yeah, and my very last question, actually, what would you tell people who are considering being organ donors, or who are maybe on the fence to maybe try to improve the issue of organ supply that you talked about, Beatrice?
Well, Joanna said before, anyone who would receive blood should give blood. And I think it's the same thing. If anyone would say no to giving their organs, if they needed an organ to save their life, well, I hope they'd say no and give it to someone else. Simple as that.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your story with us and for really highlighting exactly why all of this work matters when it comes to the safety and quality of medicines, health products, and organ transplantation. It's been really, for me, it's been a really moving way to end the session, to really remember why all of this matters. So thank you so much, Liz, and please join me in thanking Beatrice, Jaime, and Liz for their excellent contributions. So this marks the end of our sessions for today. As we near the end of the conference as a whole, I'd like to thank all of our esteemed speakers who shared their expertise and experiences with us both yesterday and today. They really helped us see how the EDQM's work and the work of its partners serve to improve public health today, tomorrow, and of course, together. Let's please give them all a warm round of applause. I'd also like to thank each of you in the audience for your time and for your attention, and a particular thanks to those of you who submitted very thoughtful and provocative questions on Slido yesterday. I've learned so much from your insightful questions and from speaking with you during our breaks, during our lunches, and the reception last night. Thank you very much for being with us. It's been a true honor and a true pleasure marking the EDQM's 60th anniversary with each of you. On a personal note, I'd really like to thank the absolutely phenomenal organizers of this conference for their work and for the opportunity to be with you all. So please join me in thanking the organizers of the conference. Now, you all might think we are done with the birthday partying and celebrations, but you would be wrong. We are not quite done yet. So the EDQM is opening its doors on Sunday, June 16th from 1:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. for an afternoon of entertainment, discoveries, and exchange of interesting information. And this is a really unique opportunity for you to get an inside look and a behind-the-scenes look at what happens at the EDQM. So we'd really love it if you could join us to discover the history and the role of the EDQM, and to find out more about its mission, its values, and to meet the team and learn how we all work together for better health. So mark it in your calendars, June 16, 1:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. for the EDQM Open Door. All right, now, to help us really cap off our exciting celebrations, please join me in warmly welcoming EDQM Director Petra Deur. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Sarah. It's a bit of a challenging task now after you to close the conference with the remarks that you already gave. Ladies and gentlemen, and still, as we draw this unforgettable event to a close, I am filled with a profound sense of gratitude, pride, and relief. Celebrating our 60th anniversary through this unique and multifaceted conference was not only about acknowledging the passage of time, but also reflecting on the journey that has brought us to today and the journey to tomorrow that we want to shape together for the well-being of individuals in Europe and beyond. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you for joining us here on site and online. My special thanks go to our moderator, Sarah. Thank you for taking us through the session so capably with enthusiasm, empathy, and professionalism. It was truly amazing to see how you mastered this challenging task and managed to keep us on track. A big thank you also to our speakers and panelists. Thank you for making the time and sharing with us your expertise and insights, which have made this conference rich, inspiring, and forward-looking. I cannot single out a topic or session here. All of them were just great, and it is the diversity of all the contributions and the setups of the sessions that made this program so varied and attractive. Thanks also to all of our experts, stakeholders, and partners. Your trust and collaboration are incredibly important to us. And more particularly, it is your dedication and innovative spirit that have enabled us to reach new heights. You have not only supported us, but have been instrumental in driving our initiatives forward. Our successes are a testament to the powerful synergy we have created together. I would also like to thank all of my EDQM colleagues, past and present. Your hard work, passion, commitment, and professionalism have been the driving force behind our achievements. You have embraced challenges with resilience and opportunities with enthusiasm. Together, we have built a legacy that we can all be proud of. I would also like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the translators and the technicians working behind the scenes, ensuring the smooth execution of this conference, and to our colleagues of the Council of Europe who diligently worked to ensure that the Hemocycle was renovated in time for our event. We were especially proud to inaugurate this special venue, reflecting the democratic principles our organization upholds. This event has been particularly special because of the incredible highlights we experienced during the conference. We paused to reflect on our transformative journey, recognizing the milestones we have achieved and the challenges we have overcome. This conference provided us with the opportunity to thoughtfully consider tomorrow's needs and challenges and to strategize on how we can embrace these changes. By continuing to work together, we can future-proof the public health framework. I am excited about the impact our discussions will have on all of us, in the insightful messages we can bring back home to inform and enhance our policies and activities. While change can bring about threats and challenges, let's not forget that change also brings immense opportunities. Without exception, our 3 sessions were particularly underscoring the crucial importance of our continued innovation and collaboration. The insights shared during our Together session will undoubtedly drive our efforts forward and inspire new initiatives. Lastly, sharing with all of you the EDQM's new strategic directions was a significant highlight. These directions represent a major leap for the EDQM. They embody our steadfast commitment to innovation, our dedication to meeting the evolving needs of patients and consumers, and our responsiveness to the needs of our stakeholders. Many of these needs were thoughtfully highlighted during this conference, and our new strategic directions are a testament to our dedication to addressing them. As I already said, for us, the EDQM, this anniversary is not just a celebration of our past, but a springboard into our future, and we crucially need to continue working together, build on our legacy, explore new horizons, and achieve even greater heights. Allow me on this note to come back to yesterday evening's reception, where we had a nice demonstration of togetherness when enjoying the Philharmonic Orchestra of Strasbourg, a group of individuals that come together with different talents and skills and create a new and remarkable performance. In closing, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to the organizing team for making this event a resounding success. Your meticulous planning, as well as your guidance and support throughout the event, have made this celebration truly special. Thank you for all your hard work. Finally, leave us here today with a renewed sense of purpose and a shared commitment to excellence. Let us continue to support each other, to innovate, and to lead with the values that have brought us this far. Seeing us standing together today, I am confident that we can achieve better health for all tomorrow. Thank you all for being a part of this remarkable journey. I wish you all a safe travel back home and all the best. Thank you very much.
Tiny little announcement. We found some reading glasses that were left on a table during the coffee break, so if you're out there squinting or your vision is blurry, your glasses are at the registration desk. Get your feedback on the conference, so please go ahead and scan that so you have it handy on your computer. We're always keen to hear how we can improve things and what you particularly appreciated. Thank you very much.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3.